Bad connection or something? Trying to fire up the stream so I'm on here so I can name it and make it public. I mean, I can always do it right through the app too, but it's easier to do on here. Just kind of curious why it was acting up. It's like, they're going to that trailer. Or something? An update or what's going on? Need it. Let's see if I get a signal on this. I'm down that I may have to use my phone to get it public. Okay. Well, I'm not going to keep getting held up by a network issue, so I use my app. I just don't want to have to use the on-screen keyboard when I have a keyboard I can hand jam with. Let's just spin. Oh, actually, your channel. Videos, and then we're gonna have a Dodger game to listen to this time. Let's see. Come on. I said capital, not A. Los Lunas. Mexico. Good enough. We're live. What am I getting there? Change out my glad hands. Come on, dude, look at your phone somewhere else. Why do people do that? Alright. Good. Okay, soon we'll be at the Walmart DC right around the time I need to be there, or plan on being there about an hour before my appointment time. Look like I was clear over there. Yeah, I was talking in the other stream, best practice in the reefer industry, especially with food service places or grocers or whatever, is to be at the DC about an hour before your appointment time. To account for the time it takes to get through the guard shack or past the guard shack to your dock door, get docked in and all that, and then get checked in. They finally striped these lanes here. Last few times I've been through here after they did the construction, they hadn't striped the lanes yet, so I couldn't
short right field by the second baseman, Kemp. Rios hit it right on the button. Kemp makes a nice play. First down to the third.
Yeah, nice play indeed. One of the things that Dave Roberts intimated is the fact that he does not want to see sloppy baseball between now and the postseason. And sloppy was kind of how they put it right before they went up to Denver and took 3 out of the 4 before coming back home for this final homestand.
With the left, he takes a strike. And it's 0-1.
Vince was having fun earlier this afternoon, taking some ground balls along with Rios at third, playing competition. A ground ball that's hit very hard and we can make the most consistent throws to.
Yeah. Huh. So it's basically forcing you into manual mode? Damn. That sucks. And you said it ran rough before it stopped? And you're in Riverside or oh, so you're trying to pick up a load? Oh, okay. Damn. That sucks. And where are you at? Like in the higher 100 series doors or 200s? Oh, the 200 row? Oh, okay, yeah. At least there's some room there for the rotator to work with. Damn. Yeah, I kind of wonder too. Maybe I hope it didn't leak out or something, or maybe hopefully just an indication problem. Yeah, and it's only from Winslow to there. Yeah, see, yeah, and you should be getting like 100, about at least 160 miles per gallon with the DEF. So we're only talking about 3, maybe 4 gallons of. Oh, okay. Damn. Yeah. Yeah. Damn, well, that blows, man. That, yeah, I'm kind of wondering if maybe some debris put a hole in your def tank or something and drained it. Yeah. Well, so it could just be an indication problem, but I kind of wonder though, maybe if you have some kind of object you can dump, you can, maybe a shirt that you can handle throwing away. Like, yeah, 'cause it's long enough where you can stuff it down on the hole and I mean, obviously you'd get some residual fluid right there by the top, but if it actually goes into a tank full of def, it'll come out soaked. Yeah, and then you have a Freightliner, so you have all those little the valences down there at the bottom that would make it pretty much impossible for you to see underneath the truck to see if there's any leakage down there, right? All right, so nothing on the ground underneath the truck. Yeah, that kind of gives me the impression you actually have def in there, but maybe something like a sensor or something went bad and it's telling the truck that it's out of def when it's not. Damn. Oh yeah, I was joking about how yeah, maybe hopefully it'll be that piece of shit Auto Trends that yeah. But either way, I saw it as an opportunity to give you a hard time just for fun of it. Kind of get you back, you bastard. All right, man. Good luck with that. Have a good night. All right, man.
He went right on the screw in his first at bat year. With 2 out, taking Ryan away, 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, I got about 170 or so.
Seager has been solid from the first game.
Go to I-25.
The 1-0. Swings in a fly ball into short center field. And it's going to drop in for a base hit. Mark Canha was late to the
game.
dance. And Marcus Semien sprinting out, couldn't quite reach it.
No, he was not only late to the dance, he did not have an entry pass to even come into the dance. He broke back and took about 3 steps backwards before he turned around and started to come back in.
was off the end of the bat, so his natural inclination was to take a step back. And by the time he realized what he had done and where it was too late. A 2 out for Seager, 2 for 2. And Max Muncy coming up. Muncy struck out first at takes a fastball knee high and it's 0-1.
You know what some of the hitters are thinking right now, Charlie? I said, well, it figures. Seager's been hot. He hits one off the end of the bat. It drops in. A couple other guys can't buy a hit, and they may be 0 for 1. Betts is 1 for 2, and he knocked the cover off the last line drive.
Yeah, what's going to do? That's what
Back with the head first.
can't see that first name clearly enough. Kumar.
Seager's only stolen 1 base only.
Yeah, it's evening here. At
Max struck out swinging his first at
20:47.
Now the 0-1. The fly ball to center field. Canna going back, way back at the wall, and it's gone. A 2-run home run. Max Muncy, his 11th home run of the year. A 2-out bloop single to Seager. 2-run blast for Muncy, and the Dodgers take a 3-2 lead. A bloop and a blast.
The Dodgers home run number 101, and maybe that's going to get Max Muncy on track. And Bellinger, he's already got this true since 1948.
Yeah, we got another guy who sometimes comes on here and watches from India.
2.5 weeks.
.350. 8 home runs have also hit by lefties.
Montas, the right-hander, into the line, the 1-1 to Bellinger. Outside, 2-1. Muncy's home run, 424 feet. Much straightaway center. Dodgers 3-2. 2-1 to Bellinger. He's inside, 3-1. We talk often about the Dodgers and their out to play with, and Max Muncy had a 2-run shot. 3-1. Hunter swings and fouls it off to the left. 3-2.
Yeah, you can't afford to give any space or even an error against good teams, much less extra outs. So the Dodgers, they gave away a run, wild pitch like Dustin May, but they get 2 back in the inning, so they've answered.
Now Bellinger, 3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Outside ball 4. Rios grounded routinely to second base to begin the inning. Betts had put cover off the wall, and Jake Lamb at third made a leaping catch. Then Seager to single into short center field on a ball that should have been caught. Muncy hit the 2-run home run, and now Bellinger is walked. Scott Emerson, the pitching coach. We have to let talk about it. That brings up Will Smith. He lined to shorten his first at-bat. Angels are hitting in the top of the 5th in San Diego, and they're tied with the Padres at 1. Taylor on deck. Smith gets a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. fly ball in the left center field. And racing on back, Canada's going to make the catch. That will end the inning. Dodgers 2 runs, 2 hits. They lead 1. And we'll go to the 4th. They now lead the A's 3-2.
The exclusive home of the Dodgers.
AM 570 LA Sports.
You still have the better part of 3 hours to go to get to the customer. Delivered now to Walmart, DC, in Los Lunas, New Mexico. 1 a.m. appointment time. I'll be there probably a little bit before midnight. Right in the ballpark at midnight. Which is right about when I want to be there. I could end up a little bit early, actually, now that I think about it.
Steak and meat seasoning for over 30 years.
I run at 9th gear mostly right here because all the hills. Yeah. On westbound 40 in between Duganqari and Santa Rosa.
Toss to first base. Canada back with a head first slide. He's stolen 4 out of 4 this year.
Jay.
Dodgers 3 runs and 5 hits. Only 2 runs and 2 hits in the first of this 3. Now the pitch. Going to foul off to the right. Came up with the Cardinals. He was traded to the A's. He grew up there. His mom was struggling. Both the Cardinals and athletics were working out. 1-1, which is low and outside. It's 2-1. Tony Kemp is on deck. It's a 1-run game. Dodgers 3 and the A's 2. Base set at the belt. Now the pitch. It's outside and low. 3 balls and 1 strike. Again, this is what we were talking about in the pregame. If May can keep his pitch count down, then logic would dictate that he'll be around longer. Well, it's up to 54 pitches. Struck out, walked 1, fouls it 2.
And the movement that he had, that with the velocity that he has. I mean, look at the numbers. He's given up just a 229 batting average against. Runners in scoring position, we mentioned earlier, just 194. So the stuff is there. But when he misses, in other words, numbers. He gets ahead in some of the counts, and then he misses a couple of pitches way outside or way inside tonight. Wild pitch, a run scores. Winds up pitching uphill.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Runner goes. Pitch is strike 3 on the outside corner. Scotty tried to check his swing, went around. That will end the inning. No runs, 1 hit.
Alright, so for anybody not already aware, I'm going to be starting a 34-hour reset in conjunction with this delivery. So I'll be staying in the Albuquerque area after I'm done. And then late morning on the 24th, I'll be deadheading over to Amarillo to get ready to pick up a load there. I don't expect that it'll be ready. Oops, he just hit a cone. I mean, a barrel. Anyway, yeah, I'll be, well, then I eventually end up deadheading over to Amarillo to pick up a load there and going back to Colton. The load in Amarillo is not due for pickup until the early morning hours of the 25th. And then it's due on the 27th in the morning. I only have a little over 3 hours coming back on my clock tonight, which I get in about 2 more hours. It was right now. We'll see if I can get there with anything left over on top of the 303 that I get back tonight. But either way, the 303 is not going to be enough to get me back to Amarillo because I can't get to either Amarillo or Cactus until the 24th regardless. Hey, Yolanda.
The Dodgers take a 4-2 lead.
Stop by and say home run and get a free baseball bracelet. Daniel's Jewelers, they've been making diamond dreams come true since 1948.
Who hit it, Kike or someone else?
Dead solid, perfect, right through the heart of the plate. Taylor did. As Jock Peterson steps in. As Jock takes a strike on. The feeling is once the playoffs begin next week, Chris Taylor
fridges, freezers, heat lamps, or whatever the latest shortcuts may be. Some may call them sticklers for being the old-fashioned way, but they just call it business as usual.
So do the Dodgers, who've got 102 home runs, a couple of them tonight. Most in the majors by a good sum. A.J. Pollock coming up. Pollock bounced to third in his first at-bat and takes a strike. It's 0-1. Dodgers do it with power and pitching. The A's do it with defense and relief pitching. The A's have won the American League West. The Dodgers poised to do the same in the National League. And perhaps it'll be tonight as Pollock takes a strike. 1-1. Gone to the sixth at Petco. Angels and Padres are tied at 1. Now Pollock swinging a fly ball center field. Canna going back, way back. He leaps, he can't get it. It's gone, a home run. Third home run of the night for the Dodgers. For Pollock, his third.
Make a mistake. They put the ball over the big part of the plate. One of the Dodger hitters have put over the big part of the ballpark. It looked like that ball maybe hit right off the top of the wall. But that trip around the diamond also presented by Daniels, come through since 1948.
The Dodgers continue to flex their muscles. 3 home runs tonight. And Rios takes a strike. It's 0-1.
That ball indeed did hit right on top of the fence.
394 feet from where it began. Rios bounced to second in his first at-bat and takes a strike. It's 0-1. The Dodgers are 34-9 when they hit a home run. They've gone only 11 games without hitting one. The 0-2 to Rios. He strikes out swinging. That's a second out of the 4th. And the bunt toss. His third strikeout of the game. Mookie Betts coming up. Betts is 1 for 2. So you figure the top 3 in the MVP vote. Yeah, based on the 2-month view. Betts, Tatis, and Freddie Freeman. Betts takes a strike on the inside corner, and it's 0-1. Braves win tonight. They win their division in the season. The 0-1, and Betts takes inside. Dodgers leading at 5-2. As Betts takes inside again, and it's 2-1. Muncy, a 2-run home run in the third, in the 4th. The 2-1. Hanging up. Fly ball into short center, retreating Semien to the shortstop. Makes the catch. And the inning is over. 2 runs, 2 hits, home runs for Taylor and Pollock. Dodgers leading at 5-2 as we head to the 5th.
Support comes.
Hey, good evening, Linda. Madison. It's a nice area. same construction zone as somebody I know just got his ticket for doing 60 and a 55 in. They said it was here in New Mexico, but that's about it.
Dynamic Monday. William McDonald, Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles. As we head to the fifth, Dodgers are leading at 5-2. On this, the 93rd birthday of Tommy Lewis. Happy birthday, Skip.
Tommy Lasorda's birthday? Damn, he's still around too, isn't
Also,
he?
Bob Guerin's birthday, the bench coach. And it's the birthday of another good friend of ours, Sweet Lou Johnson.
Sweet Lou. Top of the fifth brought to you by Chevrolet. 5 new roads. Dustin May, 56 pitches through 4. First pitch of the fifth will be delivered to the left-handed hitting second baseman, Tony Kemp, who swings and fouls it off. It's 0-1. It'll be Kemp and Sean Murphy and Tommy LaStella.
So the new HOS rules, they don't kick in until next week.
Or ground ball into right field for
I think they'll help. It won't help a lot, but it'll help.
into right.
Today was a good example of that.
Sean Murphy coming up, he walked and scored a run.
I could have got moving earlier or whatever, and could actually legally come out of sleeper berth instead of pretending to be in sleeper berth when I'm really outside the truck engine.
Championships.
You know, lunch and all that.
Off to the right, it's 0-1.
Tommy in a locker room meeting.
And gonna be local next month. All right, cool.
I'm going to put this on here. He can motivate a rocket.
The right-handed hitter. They set in the belt. Dodgers 5-2 in the top of the fifth. Bringing the grounder foul at the third baseline, going to Sean Murphy.
Tommy, one afternoon, held a 6-minute meeting in the auxiliary locker room that used to exist in the old clubhouses. And he chewed us out one side and down the other. As we're walking out, so, we have a 6-game lead in the Western Division.
Murphy on 0-2 takes high and away, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
But what Tommy saw was we were not playing up to the capabilities of the team. We may have had the lead at the time, but Tommy simply did not want it to get out of control to where we say, hey, look, no, it's okay to play sloppy baseball. It was a colorful 6-minute locker room meeting. very colorful.
Lots of listening. One man talking. The 1-2, Murphy. Swings and bounces down the right field line, slicing into the
In fact, I can tell you what it was because it was the only year that Boone Powell had joined the ball club. He'd been looked up by the Cleveland Indians, of course, a long time. All-star first baseman with the Baltimore Orioles. And Boone Powell had what pitching coaches use, the pitch counter. And every time Tommy said, don't believe it, every time he said a colorful word, the button was pushed. Click, click, click.
1-2, Murphy.
For colorful words used in a 6-minute meeting.
Is that like having a swear jar?
You're the world. But he got the point across.
Usually did. 9. 2 balls and 2 strikes, Murphy. The right state in Ohio. It's low and outside. It's now 3-2. So the leadoff single to Kemp. Murphy walked in his previous plate appearance. He's worked the count full. Gonzalez is fifth. There's nobody out. Murphy takes call strike 3. Kemp steals second base. So Murphy down on strikes. That's 5 strikeouts for May. Kemp goes to second. And for Kemp, his 3rd stolen base of the year. There's 1 out. Now Tommy La Stella coming up. Line to right. And is bounced to first. Dodgers 5-2. Now Gonzalez beginning to heat up, as he does. Will Smith goes out as a chat with May. And Corey Seager, this is his 1. We'll listen in.
Well, this is game number 55. I don't think signs are a surprise at this juncture. Just guessing.
Not your first rodeo, but
I've been to the bridge and beyond a couple times.
now La Stella takes a strike at its own 1. La Stella on the year 282. 93 in his 20 games in Oakland. 273 in his 28 games in Anaheim. And it's safe to say he's in a better place than he was at the beginning of the year. The 0-1.
Ah, Linda, enjoy that nap.
It's 1 ball, 1 strike.
Be on there for another 2.5, 3 hours.
With the Angels just playing out the string. 24-31 coming into tonight's play. 5 games left. The 1-1 was still takes inside. And it's 2-1. Andrels and Simmons said today that he's opting out, going home. And he's a free agent. As soon as this season officially comes to an end. The 2-1 to La Stella. Kemp leading off second base. May, this is outside, 3-1.
I understand that when Simmons opted out, it caught the manager, Joe Madden, by surprise. Joe says he did send a text to Simmons on the buses down to San Diego, but had not heard a word back from him.
The 3-1, La Stella taking high and inside ball. First and second.
than what the ability level and stamina for Dustin May is. But he creates trouble for himself.
Come on, GIDB.
He hasn't given up more than 2 runs in any of his starts this year.
With his stuff, and it is exceptionally good, he's got to challenge more guys and find the strike zone with more frequency.
Now Grossman, who homered in his first at-bat, takes a strike, and it's 0-1.
There are times over the years that the clubs are saying, I wish that our pitcher, and we're talking about Dustin May at this point, I almost wish that Dustin May would pick up a bat and have to face himself to see how good his stuff is and what the peril is for a hitter to try and hit it.
He's gone as far as 6 innings 3 times. Not given up more than 2 runs in any of his outings, as he misses high, 1 ball, 1 strike.
He'll get better eventually.
So he and Urias are very similar in that regard. Got great stuff, but they throw too many pitches. Consequently, their starts are shorter. That puts more of a burden on the bullpen. Second, 1 out, 5-2 Dodgers. So a fastball at 97, a swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. In a 3-game series, you figure it's Kershaw, Buehler, and then the 1-2 outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lefties working in their respective bullpens. Victor Gonzalez, TJ McFarland.
17 miles out, 1-7 out from Santa Rosa, 1-3-1 out.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And he delivers. High and away is 3-2.
Pitch count. Just keeps leaving the door open.
He's at 75. With 2 on and 1 out in the top of the 5th. He's given up 2 runs and 3 base hits. There's a ball away from loading the bases. 3-2 to Grossman. He lines it foul up the first base line. Robbie Grossman's home foul pole. The first inning. Here he's Victor Gonzalez. Warm, it appears to be ready in the bullpen. Marcus Semien, right-handed hitter, is on deck. And Matt Olson, a lefty, after that. Right field, Chris Taylor retreating and making the catch in front of Mookie Betts. That would be the second out of the 5th. Semien coming up, he's lined to short and flying to right. They're in the top half of the 7th inning. Sandy a 3. Semien on near 7 home runs. He's knocked in 23 and a disappointing 226. He delivers, and Semien swung into short center, retreating as Taylor. He makes the catch, and the inning is over. No runs, 1 hit, 1 walk, 2 left after 4.5. It's the Dodgers 5 and Oakland 2.
At Emirates, we're proud.
east end of Santa Rosa. Dustin May. So many. Those you guys don't follow baseball very much. It's common for the starting pitcher to usually get pulled in favor of the bullpen after they've thrown a certain number of pitches. Yeah, typically around 90 or 100 pitches per game, depending on the pitcher. And Dustin May's been averaging a good 20 pitches per inning, pretty much. Actually, he's already pitched a fifth, so pretty sure we'll be seeing a different pitcher in the sixth for the Dodgers.
And in and out, your burgers, fries, and shakes are always going to be exactly as imagined.
Frankie Montas, his night is done. T.J. McFarland, the lefty, now on in relief for the Athletics, his 22nd appearance. 2-0, 3.86 ERA. 8 earned runs, 22 hits, and 18 2/3. He struck out 9 and has walked 4. Montas' night is done.
All right, so A's have a bullpen pitcher in the game now also.
5-2 lead, beginning the bottom of the 5th. Corey Seager takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Montas went 4 innings, 5 runs. Seager swings and fouls it into the dirt. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Muncy on deck, and then Bellinger. 3 more home runs for the muscle-bound Dodgers. The 1-2 is low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now Seager on 2-2 with a fly ball to center field and deep. That's back in the wall, and that's gone. The 4th home run of the night for the Dodgers.
Second
And
one
for
by
Seager, his 14th home run of the year. And the Dodgers now lead it 6-2. They're playing home run derby tonight.
Well, and with that trip around the diamond, our good friends at Daniel's Jewelers are working overtime. Stop by and say home run. You get a free baseball bracelet. Daniel's Jewelers, the dreams come true since 1948.
What do you... Everybody's paying attention to Mookie Betts in the season that he's had. Seager's right there with him. Now Max Muncy, who homered back in the 3rd inning, takes a ball high and away, 1 ball and no strikes. Seager's home run, 415 feet. As Muncy grounds it foul at the first baseline, 1-1. ML Google Dodgers.com/film room. Dodgers 6-2. They've gone to the 7th inning in San Diego, and the Angels are leading at 3-1.
Yay!
As Muncy swings and misses at a changeup. It's 1-2.
I like that for two reasons. I don't mind seeing the Angels win at all. And even better, they put a loss on
Taking
the
low and outside the
Dodgers'
ball to
closest
strike.
contender.
McFarland spent the last 3 seasons with the Diamondbacks. Came up with the Orioles back in 2013. The 2-2. Muncy grounds it to the first base. Matt Olson, the underhanded toss. The A's immediately go to the phone. Let's see if they're going to ask for a re.
Umpire made the call. Now all 4 umpires are in a conference, and I believe what's going to happen is they're going to say McFarland tagged Muncy before he got to the bag, and that's exactly what happened.
Yep. McFarland tags Muncy as Muncy's crossing first base. He's saying safe.
And so they make the call safe. Now the review has been officially asked for by Melvin and the A's. If this one is not overturned, folks, you got yourself a scoop.
The call was made by the crew chief, Alfonso Marquez.
You know,
Look on McFarland's face.
I applaud the umpires for all getting together to see if someone had a better look at it, because sometimes the umpires are making a call simply get screened out.
Now, no. It take long to overturn.
So it turns out 3-1 on the putout.
The look on McFarland's face after the initial call, his eyeballs were about ready to pop out of his head like Gumby.
They were rolling around like a slot machine.
Bellinger's doubled and walked tonight. McFarland delivers low and outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Bellinger at 235. They're slowly moving in the right direction as he takes low 2-0.
The Dodgers showed tonight why they are second in baseball in run support that they give their pitching staff. 5.79 runs per game is what they've averaged.
We're in Santa Rosa, New Mexico now.
Bellinger taking outside 3-0. Including tonight, the Dodgers have scored 318 runs. Four more home runs. They've got 104. As Bellinger takes it.
Maybe 115 miles or so to go to get to Albuquerque.
Now Will Smith comes up.
And another
Line short and fly to second.
25 or so after that.
It hasn't been
25,
uniform
whatever
for the
it is,
last
yeah,
couple of years,
from,
and they've gone to a different
I-40 down to the customer.
with their jerseys in. With their caps, it's no longer the Kelly green.
At the outside corner, 0-1.
And it's also just the plain old ordinary gray. No longer is Charlie Finley referred to it as the Pacific Ocean Misty Green.
You were there for that.
Well,
Here's the 0-1 Smith. Golfs it to the right side. And Matt Olson will run out of room.
Charlie referred to the home white uniforms as wedding gown white. It was Fort Knox gold, Kelly green.
This is the fellow who, of course, the catfish hunter, his name, Blue Moon photo, his name. Oh, and 2. Will Smith. gets it back.
They tried to sell the story with Catfish Hunter. He supposedly grew up in rural area, farming. Trying to sell the story that he fell down in a stream, and while he was getting up, his pants had fallen down, and when he pulled his pants up, there was a catfish in his trousers. As he was pulling him up, that's how he got the catfish.
Here's the 0-2. Smith fouls it off to the right.
Which was total hooey.
I was gonna say, it sounds like a bullshit story.
Stuck inside of Oakland with them fight up Blues again. The 0-2 Smith taking low and inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Dodgers 6-2. 1 out, 1 on, bottom of the 5th. And the bottom of the 7th, and San Diego Angels 3-1. Taylor on deck. Smith. Skies one into right toward the line. Scotty's there to make the catch for the second.
It's when the A's first moved to Oakland in 1968. Came from Kansas City. The town was not real happy that they were leaving town because they could see the talent that had been signed. Finley did believe very strongly in scouting. I mean, good scouting. And you could see it with the players that they had really started to accumulate really in the early 60s. Catfish Hunter, one of them.
Chris Taylor in his last at-bat launched a home run over the wall in left, a line drive shot. And he takes a strike. It's 0-1. For Taylor, his 8th home run of the year. Dodgers lead it 6-2. Bellinger's at first. With 2 out of the bottom of the 5th. He began with a Seager home run. As Taylor takes low and outside, it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Correction, 1 ball, 1 of them. When the Athletics first got to Oakland, they warmly received in the community. 1-1 instead of tossing first base. The Giants had already been there for a little while.
Well, it was in the back seat where they were kind of accepted. And I say that because that was the East Bay, which was not at the time as glamorous as San Francisco.
Now the 1-1 instead of tossed to first base. Bellinger back standing up.
But it was received pretty well for the area. One of the reasons was when he started to compare the temperatures and the climates, trying to survive games at Candlestick Park. It was warmer, a little bit warmer in Oakland.
1-1, Taylor taking outside, 2-1.
But it did take a while to kind of catch on because it was like, well, okay, it's those guys that came in from Kansas City, and during the off season there were 6 of us, and Charlie Finley hired to come in and go out the rubber chicken circuit for luncheons and for dinners. And he said, oh, by the way, I want everyone to wear white shoes.
2-1. Taylor fouls it to the left to it.
So wearing white shoes in the Bay Area during the winter got some strange looks.
Well, you wore white spike shoes.
Well, yeah, eventually. And I was the first one to wear them. It was in instructional league. He sent them to me, and at the time, I mean, you didn't dare wear white shoelaces in your shoes, much less white shoes.
Here's a 2-2 to Taylor inside and low 3-2.
So that was kind of the trademark, and then it started to catch on. The team started to win. Then 71, they went to postseason. They were beaten 3 in a row by the Baltimore Orioles, but then they came back 72, 3, and 4. I mean, the back-to-back World Championships.
Toss over to first base, Bellinger back standing.
But Finley initially attempted to buy the Angels City A's owner passed away. Eventually, he bought half of the team from the widow.
3-2 to Taylor. Making a fly ball center field. Tanner going back. A warning track. He'll make the catch. That will end the inning. A leadoff home run for Seager. His 14th of the year. The Dodgers a 6-2 lead as we go to the sixth.
Hola, mi gente. Soy Kike Hernandez from the LA Dodgers with great news. Baseball season is back. AT&T TV. The best of live night.
Here we go.
Manuel Casino. Enjoy the thrills of San Manuel Casino from home with Play Online. Play your favorite games from any smart device and unlock new rewards daily. Discover Play Online now at play.sanmanuel.com.
We have a pitching change here at Dodger Stadium. It's brought to you by Ambient Tankless Water Heaters with performance for efficient and endless hot water. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
Dustin May goes 5 innings tonight. 2 runs, 3 hits, 5 strikeouts, 3 walks. 76 pitches, 47 for strike. Gave up a home run.
Only
Now it's
76
Victor
pitches. He's
Gonzalez.
already out.
Gonzalez continues to have a sensational season. This is his 13th appearance. 3-0, 153 ERA, 3 earned runs, 10 hits, and 17 2/3. He has struck out 18, walked only 2, and opponents hitting 161 against him. And hitting Matt Olson leading it off. Gonzalez's first pitch is a swing and a foul back. 0-1 Gonzalez. Part of that left-handed brigade out of the Dodger bullpen. Dean Collard, Gonzalez. There's Caleb Ferguson. Done for the year with the elbow and Tommy John surgery. The 0-1. Here's a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike to Matt Olson. They've gone to the top of the 8th in San Diego, and the Angels are leading the Padres 3-1. Oh, 2 to Olson. Canna's on deck. Slider down and away. 1-2 to Matt Olson. Olson hitting just a 5 this year and struck out 67 times. The 1-2. Low and outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Olson stands with his hands way out away from his body. When he was a pitcher, you have to think to yourself, he's going to be vulnerable to the ball inside. But as the pitcher's about to release the ball, Olson brings the hands in, brings them back, and gets in a rather firm spot. But first blush is say, hey, we got to pitch him inside jamming.
On 2-2, Gonzalez delivers. 1 on and miss, strike 3. 95-mile-an-hour fan. Olson struck out for the time this year.
Top of the 6th inning by Golden Road Brewing. Los Angeles-born, California spot.
Gonzalez now 19 strikeouts against just 2 walks. He's just been sensational. Bart Canha 1 for 2 stepping in. Bounce to second and single to center. Dodgers leading at 6-2 in the top half of the 6th. There's a line drive base hit into left field. A 1-out single for Bart Canha. That's his second hit of the night. Has 2 of the 4 Oakland hits. Jake Lamb coming up. Former D-back has been struck out twice tonight. Lamb with Piscotty on deck. Short lead at first, being held on by Muncy. Shift on the right side of the infield, but the left-handed hitting Jake Lamb. Take under the knees, it's 2-0. Dodgers leading at 6-2. Gonzalez delivers a fastball. Foul tipped into the glove of Will Smith. It's 2 balls and 1 strike to Jake Lamb. In Arizona, he was 5 for 43, 116. He's coming to Oakland. This is his 7th game. 8 for 22, 364. The 2-1 low and outside. It's 3 balls and a strike. Diamondbacks have had just a miserable 408. Here's Jake Lamb on his way to the postseason with Oakland. He swings and misses at a fastball, 95 miles an hour, inside corner, and it's 3-2.
Right at 100 miles out from I-25.
Scotty on deck. Floor is about 2 or 3 pitches from being ready. Scotty, right-handed hitter, is on deck. Now the 3-2 from Gonzalez, and Lamb grounds it to short. Seager flips to Taylor on to first. Safe. Muncy's foot was off the bag. So instead of an inning-ending double play, there is 2 out. Piscotty coming up.
The Yankees have taken the same route really as the Dodgers. That's playing well within their own division. Clinched the American League West title against the Western Division. Oakland 24-12. The Dodgers a little bit better than that against the National League West. They're 27-13.
Well, the Dodgers, of course, have the best record in baseball.
Dave Roberts wants the umpires to at least look at the call at first base. Umpires came over as if they're going to get the headset. Now one of them is going over to talk to Bob Melvin. And he is first base dugout.
Alfonso Marquez, the crew chief, going over there talking. Yeah.
Was the right toe in contact with the first base bag? That's what they're going to review back in New York. Puzzled as to why Marquez would go over and have anything to question Melvin.
The Angels have just added another run in the top of the 8th in San Diego. They lead the Padres 4-1. are looking good with the Angels. The Padres were one of the top of the 8th. Sets are off and safe. So the ball is upheld.
It'll be a good feeling for Alfonso Marquez, the first base umpire, the crew chief. So when you have one of your own calls reviewed, that you can emphatically say, "Oh, he was safe. That's what I called him."
Had it all along.
Yeah.
Marquez, the first Mexican-born Major League umpire, but he grew up in Fullerton.
Well, that does have to be an unsettling feeling if you know that you're having your call reviewed, scrutinized.
2 out. Piscotty swings and misses. It's 0-1. Floro warming in the Dodger pen. And the A's have a right-hander in their pen, just inside and low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Piscotty. J.B. Wendelken is the right-hander in the open. Gonzalez set. Piscotty awaits. Here's the pitch. It's line foul down the right field line. 1-2. Padres have already earned a playoff spot. The Dodgers just want to cancel them out. The division outright. So we get a ground ball to short. It's boxed by Seager. Piscotty is aboard on the error by Corey Seager. Here's 2 out. And Tony Kemp coming up. Dodgers, if you look at their big numbers now, Roberts is going to come out, get Gonzalez and bring Floro in, we think. Okay. Floro's coming in. Kemp, a left-handed hitter, is due up. I was going to say before we go to the break, if pitching change.
Almost hard to believe that when you got at least 2 or 3 former Golden Glove winners. But I know Mookie Betts got like
Your security's not the best.
Gonzalez. Chris Davis. Another one of these power hitters. Right out of time. 3 hits and 7 at bats. Pollock and Rios will hit in the bottom of the sixth. While the Padres are hitting in the bottom of the eighth, and the Angels are leading them 4-1. Jock Peterson is 0 for 2 tonight. He struck out and flied to center. Shift on the right side of the infield. Jay McFarland delivers a breaking ball that's pounded into center field for a base hit. Good sign, a leadoff single for Peterson. Line single to center. Now bring up A.J. Pollock. And also will bring out Bob Melvin. He's going to make a pitching change. Dodgers sitting pretty. Closing in on a clinch. They've got a big lead here, 6-2 in San Diego. The Angels lead the Padres 4-1. They are playing the eighth there.
Dr. Linda Malkus on cancer and City of Hope.
I call this place the field of dreams because if you can dream of a new therapeutic, be it a biologic or small molecule, cell-based therapeutic, you can make it here and deliver it right to the patient. The mission is cure, and everyone is looking in the same direction.
City of Hope is a leading innovator in cancer research and treatment. Find out more at cityofhope.org.
It's Jorge Harry. Championships deserve championship. This is why I'm celebrating this with Chef Eagles winning Got the Restaurant season with Chef Eagles steak and meat seasoning. For over 30 years, Chef Eagles Seasonings has mastered its winning recipes with over 20 flavor varieties. Perfect for all your meals, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Bring home the chef's winning flavors from your local grocery store. Let Chef Eagles Seasonings bring out the chef in you.
The helpful SoCal Honda people have been stepping up to the plate with their random acts of helpfulness. Recently, they've been helping healthcare workers by donating more than 15,000 face shields to hospitals and even paid rent for people struggling during these hard times. And they can help you too with great deals on award-winning Hondas. To check out their deals, stop by your nearest Honda dealer or visit SoCalHondaDealers.com. And to request your own random act of helpfulness, follow the SoCal Honda Dealers on Facebook.
Ribbon pitching change is powered by BioFreeze. Fast-acting, powerful pain relief the doctors use to cool the pain and get back to the game. The pitcher for the Athletic, J.P. Wendelkamp. Came over from the White Sox. Involved Brett Lawrie 5 years ago. This is his 21st appearance this year. Real straight for Oakland. This 21st appearance of 196 ERA, 23 innings, 29 strikeouts.
80 miles an hour to I-25.
First batter he'll be facing is A.J. Pollock.
8 appearances already this month, and Wendelkamp's ERA in September to 1.86.
The A's have the lowest bullpen ERA in the game. The Dodgers are the second lowest. Almost a half a run higher than the Oakland bullpen ERA. First pitch, bounces back to the box. Throw a second out and second on to first. Double play. Well, that's efficient. 1-6-3, 2 out, 1 pitch. We all need support at times. Call the LA County Department of Mental Health Helpline, 800-854-7770. Visit dmh.county.gov. Now Rios. Edwin is struck out and bounces to second. Was added to the line about 90 minutes before the game. Batting practice. Justin Turner is slated to start at third base. Unable to go. Hamstring issue. 1-0 Rios. Swings and misses. And a change up in his 1-1.
And Turner was taking batting practice with his regular group prior to the game.
nobody left. We'll head to the 7th. Dodgers leading at 6-2.
The exclusive home of the Dodgers.
AM 570 LA Sports.
Every winning season is built on a strong team. A team committed to executing a solid game plan. At Security Benefits, we want to help you and your advisor build your retirement game plan to help you stay committed so that when it's time to execute, you know you've got a solid team behind you. When it comes to retirement, losing is not an option. Talk to your financial advisor to see how you can plan for retirement. Security Benefit, proud sponsor of the LA Dodgers.
The Chevy Silverado is the strongest, most advanced Silverado ever. It is a beautiful truck, most functional bed to date, more cargo volume than any other pickup. 8, count them, 8 trim choices. It is a marvel of American engineering. Built on a legacy of the most dependable, longest-lasting full-size pickups on the road, and a high-strength, roll-form steel like an American truck should be. Chevrolet and your Chevy Silverado. Strong for all the roads ahead.
You know, it just doesn't sound like summer without a coat. Now that's a good start. Maybe some sprinklers.
It's nice and quiet here on the westbound side overall. Really haven't had much interaction with other traffic today. I mean, there have been some here and there, but pretty good long chunks where there's nobody anywhere near me, which is great.
And Charlie Steiner inside the Mercedes-Benz broadcast booth.
Now let's pause 10 seconds for station ID.
Passing by Flying Sea Ranch.
KYSR, HD to Los Angeles. Available anywhere using the iHeartRadio app.
Charlie's done Rick Monday. Roy McDonald, the Dodgers, back home again. And they've got a comfortable 6-2 lead heading to the 7th. Dylan Floro's first pitch to the right-handed hitting catcher Sean Murphy is a strike. 0-1. Joe Kelly is now beginning to loosen up in the Dodger pen. Floro delivers and Murphy swings and misses. It's 0-2. Murphy has walked, scored a run. He's been struck out. Dodgers 6 runs and 9 hits, only 2 runs and 4 bases. The 0-2, Murphy taking low. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Tommy LaStella's on deck. And Robbie Bruce. Floro on 1 and 2. First out of the 7th. Today is National Voter Registration Day, and we'd like to remind you, register to vote. Dodgers are proud to be a 5-day vote center. Invite you to cast your ballot in person or drop off your vote by mail ballot beginning October the 30th at Dodger Stadium. For complete information on voting, visit Dodgers.com/vote. Tommy LaStella takes low, 1 ball and no strikes. Dodgers are leading at 6-2, 1 out, nobody on in the 7th. Floro delivers a strike on the outside corner, and it's 1-1. Floro's 14th pitch out of the pen, and the 1-1 is a strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fastball 95 with a tailor. 5-1. Morrow goes an inning and strikes out 2. And the switch hitting Robbie Grossman coming up. They're going to the 9th in San Diego. And the Angels are leading the Padres 4-2. The Angels can finish off the Padres tonight. The Dodgers with a 4-run lead here in the 7th. They hang on and win. They will win the West for the 8th consecutive year. Robbie Grossman in his first at-bat against Dustin May in the foul pole in left field. Switch hitter batting from the left side. Kelly delivers. Breaking ball low and inside, 1-0.
Which, by the way, if the Dodgers do clinch it tonight, Bassett and Tim Cates of Postgame Dodger Talk will have exclusive interviews with the players and the manager postgame.
Grossman on 1-0 takes outside. There's 2 balls and no strikes. Well, there'll be no champagne, none of that. It will be a socially distant celebration. The 2-0, Kelly delivers a breaking ball for a strike on the outside corner, 2-1. Dodgers, way back pre-pandemic, were heavily favored to win the West again. 2-1, Grossman swings and misses. Change of 2-2.
Got a little bit of rain here.
Dave Roberts' side is breaking the show during the inning.
The 2-2 Grossman awaits. And here's the pitch. And a foul off to the left. Well, again, this week, the Dodgers, much like Oakland, with their record being what it is, the Dodgers on the verge of winning the West again. Oakland has already won the American League West. Dress rehearsals for next week. Here it comes. And down he goes. Change up. Dropped by Smith, throws to first to complete the strikeout, and the inning is over. 1-2-3. 7th inning stretch. The Dodgers drawing closer to their 8th consecutive Western Division title. They're leading Oakland 6-2.
This is Elton.
ninth, the Angels are leading the Padres 4-2. Mets tonight, it is 1 for 3 and a run scored. Now here's Mookie on the first pitch. Swings and fouls it off to the right. It's 0-1. J.B. Wendelken. The third Oakland pitcher of the night. Launches 4 innings, 5 runs, and 7 hits. As a ground ball off the glove of Olsen into right.
Brought to you the official bank of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Olsen whipped that.
Hit solidly by Betts, but Olsen could not snare it cleanly. Now here's Seager. 3 for 3, including a home run tonight. He takes a strike and it's 0-1. Seager's now at 321. Home runs and 39 runs batted in. The 0-1 is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Padres last legs. They go to the bottom of the ninth. Angels 4-2.
All right, Paul Klein's corner, Best Buy. See if I can wipe some of that bug dust.
Betts has stolen 9 out of 11 this year.
It's not bothering me, but I can see it. It's
he has stolen a third of the Dodger
the area of the windshield that is in front of the
1-1
phone.
It's outside. 2-1 to Corey Seager. Gratterall is who knows because he is 2-1 is inside 3-1 Seager. Max Muncy on deck. Betts leads from first. The 3-1, Seager takes a fastball strike at the knees, and it's 3-2. Three balls, 2 strikes. Betts at first, nobody out, bottom of the 7th. Dodgers 6-2. Quick toss to first base, and Mookie is back with a head first slot. Muncy on deck, and then Bellinger to follow. Wendelken on 3-2. Inside and low ball 4. Seager takes a walk. Wendelken thought he had strike 3. They had a 4th.
Yep. They got the inside corner.
There's at second, nobody out, and Muncy coming up. Muncy 1 for 3, including a 2-run home run to the wall to center back in the 3rd inning. Good for his 11th home run of the year. Padres leadoff hitter is aboard in the bottom of the 9th. Nola is batting. As Muncy takes inside. side, it's 2-0. But Myers is for the Bellinger's on deck with Betts at second base and Seager at first. Nobody out, bottom of the seventh, 6-2 Dodgers. Muncy takes low. It's now 3 balls and no strikes.
He'll get the green light here if he likes it. But he's got to really like it.
A double play down in San Diego. Now the Padres are down to their final out. Angels leading there 4-2. 3-0. Muncy takes a 4-pitch walk. The bases are loaded.
That could just ended down at San Diego.
The Dodgers have just clinched a tie for the Western Division title, and if they take care of business now in the next couple of innings, they will win the West again. Angels win 4-2. The Dodger magic number is 1. Now Bellinger coming up. Bellinger has doubled and walked twice.
Bellinger to connect for his 6th career Grand Slam.
Pedro Baez now warming in the Dodger pen. Bases are loaded, nobody out. Wendlekin delivers. The line drive foul up the first base line, and it's 0-1. Padres race has been run. No balls, 1 strike to Bellinger with the bases loaded. Dodgers 6-2, nobody out, bottom of the 7th. Wendlekin, the right-hander, set at the belt, delivers. This one is popped foul behind the plate, not a play. It's 0-2. Padres have already clinched the playoff spot. Now 34-21. What a sensational 2 months they have had. The 0-2 to Bellinger. He swings and fouls it off to the left. Oh, the years when there were 50,000 all standing as one, cheering and going crazy and waiting for the clinch. Bellinger takes strikes. Betts at third. Seager at second. Muncy at first. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Bellinger. Fouls it back. Now Bellinger's seemingly found his stroke in the last 10 days to 2 weeks. He was 8 for 25 road trip. Slowly to first. And there's nowhere to go. The first baseman, Olsen, just stood there. There was no play at the plate. There was There's no play at first. Bellinger in infield hit. The Dodgers say thank you very much. They lead 7-2.
And there was no coverage by the pitcher over towards the first baseman. Second baseman could not get there quickly enough. That's just one of the problems, is that Olsen was playing back behind the bag in a slow roller. No one to throw it to.
The inning began with an error by Olsen. Dodgers 7-2. Now Smith with the bases loaded. Takes outside, one
mistake
ball.
by the A's pitcher. The A's pitcher probably should have ran over to first, but then it's a tall task trying to get Cody Bellinger out.
The Athletics came
He's
into
fast.
They did the fourth fewest errors in the game. The pitch is outside to Smith. 2 balls, no strikes. Will Smith tonight is 0 for 3. The pitch is low and outside. 3 balls and no strikes.
This pitcher's getting rocked.
Smith 0 for 3. He's been on base at least 117 straight. The 3-0, he's taking all the way. Strike 3 and 1. Hitting better than 350. Just coming off the injured list about a month ago. Jordan Weems. Seager leading off third, Muncy off second, and Bellinger off first. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Will Smith. Bases loaded, nobody out. Call strike 3 on the outside corner. First out of the 7th inning. League season. Dodgers. 4 more home runs tonight. Taylor, Pollock, Muncy, and Seager. And a call strike to Chris Taylor. It's 0-1. Pedro Baez warm and pretty near ready in the Dodger bullpen to pitch the 8th. Taylor in his career, a .395 hitter with the bases loaded. It has 4 career grand slams. The 0-1. Breaking ball inside. And it's 1-1. And Peterson on deck. Dodgers 7-2. Big hit by Taylor here, and they can put this game on ice. 1-1. Ground ball, fielded at second base, steps on second onto first, and a double play to end the inning. Orf to Semien to Olsen. The Dodgers tack on another run. We head to the 8th. They're 6 outs away from their 8th straight Western Division title. Dodgers 7-2.
The exclusive home.
Just over 5 miles out now from Moriarty, New Mexico.
is LA Dodgers baseball.
The best team ever. And now, here's Rick Monday and Charlie Steiner inside the Mercedes-Benz broadcast.
Joe Kelly faces one batter and strikes him out in the seventh. We head to the eighth. And Pedro Baez is now on in relief for the Dodgers. We're 6 outs away from their 82nd Western Division title. For Baez, this is his 17th appearance. 6 earned runs, 10 hits, and 14 innings. 386 ERA, but opponents are hitting just fucking fine against him. Dodgers 7 runs, 10 hits, 1 error. Oakland 2 runs, 4 hits, and 1 error. Things stand. May will win. Dustin May went 5 innings, 2 runs and 3 hits, 5 strikeouts, and 3 walks. Hitting it off of the Baez. Olson on deck, and then Mark Cannon. Fastball high, and it's 1-1. A 4-home run night for the Dodgers. 1-1. Better by the pitch. Here's the 1-2. Fastball even better. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Semien down on strikes, and the Dodgers 5 outs away.
Yeah, you throw that change up to the first pitch, that puts a whole different.
Passes guy and
you get blown away by it.
that's the pilots coming up.
For the longest time, Baez was simply a 2-pitch pitcher.
Well, I got news for you. It's a 3-man infield and a 4-man outfield right now. This is not the shift. This is a 4-man outfield. This is, we've not seen this before.
Matt Olson, who is a left-handed hitter. He's pretty much an all-or-nothing guy. Takes a ball 1-0. A couple years back when the Rangers were at Dodger Stadium, the Dodgers employed 4 outfielders and 3 in the infield. Joey Gallup.
In left center.
1 ball, 1 strike. Olson takes a fastball high. And it's 2-1.
So right side of the infield, you've got Muncy and Seager. The lone man, the left side, almost halfway between second and third base bag, is Rios.
Infield looks like king in his court.
Make a quick stop here at the pilot.
Painter.
Really just to burn a
Baez
few
up
minutes.
2-1. Delivered a fastball high and away. 3-1.
You know, it's funny that you bring up his name. I brought it up to Dwayne. Played Eddie Feiner, softball pitcher, played with a catcher, an infielder, and an outfielder. That was it.
And he nearly all the time.
I think it was something like 400 no-hitters. They were like the Harlem Globetrotters.
On 3-2. With throw from second base. The 3-2. Wilson foul back.
Now it's shallow right field. Muncie's over at first base and still in the 4-man outfield.
Couldn't decide which side of that bottle to go over.
120 feet or so between third base and Rios. The 3-2. Olson strikes out. When all is said and done, that 4 outfield defense will get you every time. Same thing that Gallo was in town a few years back.
Yeah. And then he's brought to you by Morongo Casino Resort. better. Safe. Good times.
2 out.
A strange season. It's even stranger.
Mark Cannon 2 for 3, stepping in. Dodgers leading at 7-2. 2 out, nobody on in the 8th. There's a changeup. Cannon swings and misses. The 0-1. Rounder foul on the third baseline. It's 0-2.
Well, the Dodgers dug deep for that defensive line. Let's try something a little new.
0-2, 2 out, nobody on in the 8th. Baez delivers a swing and a slow roller up the third baseline foul.
I'd like to know the first reaction when the computer spit that one out. All this material into the computers. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. Let's have no one on the left side of the infield. 3 infielders to the right side. Let's put
6 miles.
Yeah.
It's not how many I've done in one shift. It's parts of 2 different shifts in the same calendar day. I've hit the windows, windshield clean, whatever.
1-2. Baseball high, 2 balls and 2 strikes. With a traveling road show. And he would play local all-star teams, media teams, all of that. Good crowd. King of the sport. Here's the 2-2. Fly ball, right field. Hitting on back is Betts in front of the wall. He makes the catch. 1-2-3 inning for Baez, and the Dodgers 3 outs away. We go to the bottom of the 8th. They lead off with 7-2.
This is LA Dodger baseball.
At Emirates, we're proud that our promise is to provide a better flying experience to our customers. But today, fly better doesn't just mean showers and bars above the clouds, as well as wonderful in-flight service. As routes slowly open up and our fleet takes to the sky again, our number one priority is the safety of both our customers and staff, and to make sure that every precaution is taken when we fly you back to your loved ones or onto your well-deserved vacation. For more information, visit emirates.com/wherewefly. Fly Emirates. Fly better.
Hi LA fans, Alana Rizzo here. LA Financial wants to lower your car payment. If they can't lower your current car payment, they'll give you $50. Learn more at lafinancial.org/refi. That's lafinancial.org/refi. LA Financial, LA's credit union.
At In-N-Out, we're honored to have been the go-to for so many for over 70 years. Whether after the game, on the road, or just because it's Saturday, your burger, fries, and shake are always going to be exactly as imagined. Even occasions like right now. See you soon.
Hannah, the Arco Dashboard Hula Girl here. Inside your engine to show you. Luckily, Argo Gas keeps engines clean, optimizing fuel economy. Someone can take this show on the road.
Hey, Kelly, go. I'll be right back. You take. Second thought, the guy, the driver of the truck in front of me is walking back toward his truck right now, so. Well, he's behind me. Nope, yeah, he's getting in this truck, so I'll just pull forward when he moves.
Jock Peterson will be leading it off. Jake McGee.
Alright, so, anybody else? I'm at the Pilot in Moriarty, New Mexico right now. About 35 miles from, a little over 35 from here to I-25 in Albuquerque, and it'll be another 20-25 mile trip from there to the customer, which I'm going to the Walmart DC in Los Lunas. Been a while since I've been to that one. So yeah, I've got a 1 a.m. delivery. I can't check in any sooner than midnight though. And I'll be doing a 34-hour reset. Yeah, that's kind of what's going on there.
Somebody answer that phone that keeps ringing.
Right, this guy knows in his truck, just waiting for him to move.
Late to that. The 0-2, it's slow.
Trying to figure out if this guy's going to pull away or if he's going to camp out there for a 30-minute break or something.
And then the next day was basically whiplash. And
yeah, it's constant whiplash.
A lot of drivers, they understand, hey, when
Peterson on 1 and 2 swings and misses down on strikes, 96 miles an hour,
you,
and that is the first out.
Best to be punctual and get out of the way, just in case. You never know when you're holding something up when they're maybe running behind.
Now Pollock coming up.
Running on a really tight schedule or something, some other way you might affect them. Anybody has any sense at all should be considering that. I'm not in a hurry, so I'm not really worried about it. Like I said, I only even got off the freeway to burn a few minutes here, so to make sure I don't get to the receiver any sooner than midnight. I don't mind. I can show up there a little bit later. I just don't want to show up too early.
The 1-0 and Pollock takes high. It's 2 balls and no strikes.
Hey, Jim Rob, how you doing? Buffering? No, it shouldn't be buffering. He's pulling away. He got her to pull away now.
Last year we
shouldn't be buffering. I don't have any messages on my screen saying that it's buffering or that or indicating that that it should be. So I usually got this message that'll talk about like 3 or so lines of text on there up on the top. Usually when you guys really buffer, I'm also going to see that on there.
Now here's Edwin Rios. In the 9th, Oakland has Jake Lamb coming up.
Alright, you're going to turn around and be right back. It'll be just for a little restroom break. And
Jake McKee and forming at the bench. Lamb left-handed hitter. Leading off the 9th. Now Rios swings and misses. That is 0-1 a fastball. 86 on the outer part of the plate. Rios 0 for 3. Didn't expect to start tonight. Justin Turner's hamstring was an issue in batting practice. The 0-1. There's a line drive to right. Well hit. And it's fair ball and a ground rule double. Bounces into the stands. Rios with his 6th double of the year. And here's Mookie Betts. And he's been on base 20 consecutive games by hit or by walk. 302 on the year, and Betts takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Betts stands 5'9". Should he win the home run hitting title? He'll be the first one that short to win the home run title since Mel Ott in 1942. Mel Ott stood 5'9" as well. And a fly ball to right field. Scotty makes the catch. The inning is over, and now the Dodgers 3 outs away from winning the West again.
The exclusive home of the
Tiki-tack foul. Now you step to the line. This is for the whole North Haverton Over 30 League Championship. This is your moment now. Take it right to your Mercedes-Benz dealer for a great deal on the 2020 C300 Sedan. With LED headlamps, driver assistance technology that gives you a virtual set of eyes looking out for danger, and a stylish
Sorry, driving the C300 feels. At least the 2000 average is full 49. 4,000 Mercedes-Benz.
Please and discount on all qualified customers exclusively for Mercedes-Benz Financial Services and participating dealers through September 30th, 2020. This offer excludes 4MATIC models, some equipment described as optional. Call 1-800-344-8736 for details about costs and terms.
Visit your local Mercedes-Benz dealer of Southern California today, or visit us on the web at mbsocal.com.
It's time to escape the confines of the city and breathe in the joy of the beautiful Santa Ynez Valley. Stretch your legs, stretch your soul, maybe even stretch your luck as Shoe Match Casino to an elegant restaurant patio. There are no agendas, just experiences. Welcome to freedom. Go to ShoeMatchCasino.com.
This is LA Dodgers baseball. And now here's Rick Monday and Charlie Steiner inside the Mercedes-Benz broadcast.
Jake McGee chooses to be the hero of the Dodgers. 7-2 lead. Oakland last licks in the ninth. About a half hour ago, the Angels beat the Padres in San Diego 4-2. So the Dodger magic number is 3 outs. Jake Land leading it off 0 for 3. Struck out twice and bounced out. 7 runs, 11 hits. Natural. The A's 2 runs and 4. Scotty on deck. McGee's first pitch is low and outside. 1 ball and no strikes. Jake McGee, this is his 22nd appearance. 3-1 and 2.60 ERA. 1-0 is low, 2 balls and no strikes. Got it from Smith. The 2-0 is low, 3 balls and no strikes. The 3-0 is a strike on the outside corner, 3-1. A lot of questions for which there is simply no answers, such as who built Stonehenge and why? Why is the sky blue? The 3-1. Fly ball, left field, and it's going to bounce between Pollock and Bellinger. It's going to be a leadoff double in the 9th inning for Jake Land. Another one of those unusual ones. How in the world did just send McGee away?
Let's get rolling, get these final miles done.
Stephen Piscotty coming up. He's over 3.
Oh, the Stonehenge thing, just wait another 10 years because there'll be another theory that comes out. You can't blue sky from a technical standpoint.
He delivers inside, 1 ball, no strikes.
Oh, hold it, because that freaking hotshot driver can't figure out what driveways to come in through.
Did they just come up within the last month?
Yeah, go on the other side, you knucklehead.
Well, we'll have the Rockies figure it out.
They got a better chance for an answer than we do. For 1-0, Piscotty brings a grabs and foul at the third base line.
Probably his first time coming through here. Doesn't know there's a second driveway.
The Dodgers used last inning, but
that's all right. Have fun calling them names.
The 3-man infield.
Can't say I've never been in that position myself.
The 3-man infield, there's a shift to the right side.
Mm-hmm. No one on the left side.
Munoz truck, and I see that company a lot.
We saw a few years ago.
I don't know how many trucks they have, but I do see them a lot.
He, like Olsen, ended up striking it. somehow he made a perfectly timed leap and a spectacular catch.
Just routine for Mookie. Just got everybody's attention. Big smile as Bellinger came over to give him time. Okay. Just saying.
Back on a westbound 40 from here to DC.
Pitch hitter for the A's. Female Machine. C-H-I-M. First name V-I-M-A-E-L. Left-handed hitter. Now the Dodgers are 2 outs.
What on earth kind of name is that? She-Male?
Dodgers 7-2. Lamb is at second base. Breathtaking catch by Pitts here in the ninth. Gene fouls it back. It is 0-1. Sean Murphy on deck. Just in case. Kenley Jansen warming the bay. The 0-1. Clayton Cannabis. No balls and 2 strikes. The male, Machine. Puerto Rico. No balls, 2 strikes. 1 out, 9th inning. Dodgers 7-2. The Angels beat the Padres. Swung on and missed straight 3. And now the Dodgers 1 out away. The Angels beat the Padres 4-2 in San Diego. The Dodgers' magic number is 1 out. Run scored. Murphy pops it up, foul, out of play. It's 0-1. Each team with a run in the first. Oakland a run in the third. The Dodgers came back with 2 in the third, 2 in the fourth, 1 in the fifth, and 1 in the seventh. 7-2. McGee on 0-1. Murphy swings and misses. It's 0-2. Dodgers 1 strike away. Lamb began the inning with a double. Scotty, line to right. That's made a spectacular catch. Lamb would go to third. And there's 2 out. The 1-2 from McGee to Murphy. He pops it foul behind the plate. He'll do it again. Surveying the scene. Now McGee on 1 and 2 to Sean Murphy. And the pitch. Do it again. Foul back and out of play. Jake McGee was banished by the Rockets for reasons they messed up. He has just been sensational with the Dodgers. Now it's a strike away from helping the club win the West. Here comes the 1-2. McGee to Murphy. Do it again. Foul back. about as hard as he could at 96.
Somebody sped up now and I'm past you. Can't tell. Surprised me.
McGee about to throw his 18th pitch. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Murphy strikes out swinging. And the Dodgers make it 8 straight Western Division titles. Next goal to remove the weight of again. It may have been a shortened season, but from beginning to end, the Dodgers were the class in the National League. They had the best record pretty much from day one. As they are now hugging one another in the dugout, there is not what you would hope for and expect. The post-game celebration after clinching. This is different for the Dodgers. The outcome is just the same.
Dave Roberts just now coming out of the dugout, giving the players, the guys that pulled the wagon, just a chance to kind of congratulate one another. There are shirts that are to be passed out, but this is quite an accomplishment in a strange year. No one knew when it was going to start. There was a pause in spring training. Everybody came back. How many games are going to be played? Well, the Dodgers played the best of any team in the Western Division.
Where'd you end up making it to?
Again, regardless of the number of games played, everybody had the same
Virginia or North Carolina or something?
Accomplishment. And congratulations to players, the coaches, to Dave Roberts, the manager.
So I'm trying to think of even which route we would have taken. I would imagine 95 down to Richmond or a little bit south of, and then 85. 85 all the way down to 10 or something. Edgewood, New Mexico is where we're at now. We're making our way down Tijeras Pass and into Albuquerque next. Trying to get to 1.5 mile, I think that's what you said. Too hard. Well, because you stepped up the intensity, didn't you? So, yeah, I think you started going higher RPM, like you went up from, too surprised by that. Keep going, you're doing good. That consistency is going to pay off either way. Alright, Dodgers says 1. And Charles is saying you're taking 81 to 40 to 30 to 35. Oh, okay. I was kind of wondering about that as well. I think you said you picked up in New Jersey, though. So which route did you take to 81? Because going to New Jersey. The Pennsylvania Turnpike over to 81. I'm not as intimately familiar with the highways, like what's the best ways to go in that part of the country. I'm familiar with the highways and just I don't know them like I do, let's say California highways or anything around anything in the West that I've spent a lot of time around. it's the same exit where the Walmart store is at there in Los Lunas. And I know it's roughly between 20 and 25 miles south of I-40. I just want to get down there. Now, when I see the Walmart right there off that exit, I'd get off at the same exit. Go just past Walmart, hang a right, and that road will take me right to the Walmart DC. Okay, Pennsylvania Turnpike. All right, so you got on to 81 over there in Carlisle then. Okay, I got it. I had a feeling it might have been the way you went. Also, knowing my experiences with being out that way with Sierra England myself. Alright, we're going to be summiting up here pretty soon. And working our way down into Albuquerque. I gotta go through Tijeras and whatever other towns there. Of course, they call it Tijeras Pass. A lot of people don't know that it's called that, but as is the case with most passes, they're usually named after whatever the name of the summit is. So, like Donner Pass is called Donner Pass because they got Donner Summit at the top of that hill. Or the Grapevine, it's on I-5, it's it's actually Tejon Summit. So it's really, you can call it the Tejon Pass, but of course everybody in the trucking industry calls it the Grapevine. And that's because there is, I do have the town of Grapevine up there as well, so it's, that's a legit reason too. Alright, starting our way down the hill now. Got two sections here. Section understand why England wanted me to take certain routes. A very common one that I always complained about was when going from Laredo up to, let's just say Salt Lake City area. They would always want me to take 35 to 10, 83, and then what's that, those ones up there by, those two state highways up there, one that's at 70 or 170 or something like that, 151 or something like that, you know, or up there, up that way, going up into Sweetwater. And then they wanted me to take 84 from there over, you know, or 20 and 84. Why are we slowing down, Chuck? Okay, now curve. You were doing fine earlier. 65, no? Alright, yeah, an 84 all the way over to Lubbock, I-27 up to Amarillo, and 287 all the way up to Lyman. You know that routine. You've been at that for many years. But okay, that's the way they wanted me to go all the time when I did that route. But then I'm like, might take. Yeah, I'm not going to do speeding in these construction zones after somebody I know just got a speeding ticket for doing 60 and a 55. Anyway, yeah, the way I usually like to go is across, what's that, US 90? Or 80, 83 right there from just north of Laredo, and then go up to, go across that direction. You know, basically along the border region. What's that, that 200 highway, and then US 90, or whatever it is. Basically work my way over to Fort Stockton, and then up through Pecos, and then up through Roswell and Carlsbad, and eventually end up in Klein's Corner over here on I-40, and 25 up from Albuquerque to US 550, 550 over to Farmington, and then, what's that, 64 and 191. All the way up to Green River, and then 191 and 6 up to Provo. That's the way I preferred to go, but they always had a problem with me going that way. And I always ask why. Do this. Yeah, get in front of me and slow down, dipshit. Yeah, I can get in front of you and slow down too. Yeah, go ahead and keep lollygagging. I'll get back in front of you and I'll slow down in front of you. Come on, you can do it. Slow down, dummy. Now this guy's camping out next to me, and I got another car behind me. Like that, asshole. Not so funny when someone does it to you, is it? still watching, but yeah, she didn't even attest to how much less stressed out I was and how more relaxed I was when I was in the Walmart fleet versus when I was in the OTR side there. OTR, man, it was always a pain in the ass. You had to run the miles, which I like running miles, but I don't like them being high stress miles where I'm always, getting jammed up on ETAs every single time or picking up loads like 12 hours late because they don't have anybody else to cover a load or something. Yeah, I had that happen. That was when I clearly remember. I was in Columbus delivering a load, and I got to reload to go pick up something that was, in Cincinnati. I think it was one of those Conway loads out of Cincinnati. And I had so much. Seriously, it's like the best ETA I can give you is like 12 hours late. Like, it's all right, just get it picked up and get it rolling. Do what you can with it. Like, okay. And then always having the stress of trying to find empty trailers. I don't have that problem here. And Conway does you guys, or XPO does you guys a lot of bad there with holding on to trailers too long and then making it real difficult for people to do dropping up deliveries there and having a bobtail out. I talked earlier about with James Kelly was on here earlier. How every company has the things that that they do fairly well or whatever that they don't have problems with, and then other stuff where they're going to have troubles, like where they might have Achilles heels or something. Like Western Express apparently their Achilles heels with the breakdown department. And, they really get held up by delays getting work approved or even reviewed. And I think England's big problem is trailer availability. People getting trying to claim trailers that they're not supposed to be under, or putting sealed trailers to make it look. Once I was at the Colton yard and it was like 10 o'clock at night and I had an 11 o'clock pickup at the XPO there, and what empties were there were tax shift dispatcher to deal with. Just telling her, look, I got these 5 specific truck numbers are hooked up to empties. Which one of these guys can I take? Otherwise I'm going to be late for my pickup. And then this damn dispatcher tries to tell me, no, just go to the Fontana yard and to get one. I'm like, what are you talking about? We don't have a Fontana yard. We have a school in Fontana, but we don't have a yard in Fontana. I can't get an empty trailer from Fontana. Fontana's where I need to go to pick up my load. It's like I'm in the drop yard. I'm in the at the Colton yard now. We got these 5 people under trailers. Find out who's under trailers, who's not even on a dispatch, or who has the latest, the longest time between now and their pickup time, and let me know and tell them that they need to get out from under their trailer. So she looks up and then she finds out there's one particular truck that was not only not even dispatched under a load, but they were also on a stop dispatch because one of the drivers on the truck was on some kind of, I can't remember if they had a safety hold or either a safety hold or a compliance hold or something. I can't remember what, but yeah, they weren't even on they couldn't even get on a load. And so she calls her up and tries to get her to get out from under the trailer, but they don't answer. Shut up, idiots! Why do God, I hate these freaking attention-seeking idiots. So I remember I ended up bobtailing over to that particular truck and then started banging on their door and told them, hey, I need your trailer. Grab it and get out of there, and thankfully get my load picked up and moving. I hated dealing with that shit. What's this over here? Someone walking along the shoulder right there. Now, I will say it's one of the things I do like about being here is I rarely ever, only maybe twice have I had difficulty with needing a trailer and not having one. But one of those wasn't, I wouldn't call it an extenuating circumstance. So that first time, it was my first year with the company here, and I had a delivery to Tony's Fine Foods in I made my delivery, and, you know, of course I spent three hours in the dock door, and then when I go to get my bills when I was done, I had 5 miles I-25. I get my bills, and they didn't tell me anything about any OS&D issues. You know, yeah, motorcycle hauling ass over here on the on-ramp. No, it's going to pass me on the left instead. It's passing me now. Alright, anyway, they didn't tell me anything about OS&Ds, but as I'm walking out the door and walking toward my truck, I'm inspecting the bills to see if there were, because I've had it happen before, where there's an OS&D, but they just didn't say anything about it. So I'm looking at the bills to see if there was anything, any kind of OS&D concerns. And I see that they had 72 cases refused. So I'm like, whoa, what the hell? But it didn't tell me why they were refused. And of course, Charles or anybody else who has any truck I need to know if it was damaged or whatever, the wrong product. They have to know the answer so they get back with the shipper and let them know what's going on. And so, all it just said was 72 refused. That's it. So I call him, I go back in there to ask him, hey, what's the story with this OS&D? It doesn't tell why it's refused, why these cases are refused. And they didn't tell me anything about it either. So like, oh, hang on. So they come back, they go off for a second, and they come back with some email printout from the, come on, car, don't cut in front of me, better get your speed up. So I'm not moving over, I gotta get on I-25. Anyway, they come back and give me this printed out email from their own supervision, basically telling them before I even, the day before, that when I showed up to reject those 72 cases, because they said, yeah, these cases are not on our PO. A PO, for those of you guys who are not in the trucking industry or maybe who are newer, don't understand, that's a purchase order. Okay, so they knew a day ahead of schedule, a day ahead of time that they were going to have an OS&D. So why is it nobody, including myself and JCT, knew anything about this until you're giving me signed bills at the end of the delivery? That's a problem there. You guys should have notified our people. I should have been made aware of it before it even happened, and that way the JCT and Tyson, because I think it was a Tyson load if I remember right. Yeah. I hate to say it, Tyson is notorious for OS&Ds for one reason or another, or having difficulties with the communication process or whatever else. come up with a solution on what to do with this product. You go find an alternate vendor for me to take it to, or have me take it to a drop yard or something, or sit under it. Okay, now I'm up in Sacramento. We don't have any drop yards per se in northern Cal, not that I know of. But it turns out the U.S. cold storage in Turlock, we kind of use them as a drop yard. I mean, we also make deliveries to them, but actually pickups and deliveries occasionally. But we also, I guess, kind of on an a la carte basis or whatever, use them as a drop yard when needed. And so he told me go ahead and take it. And I'm why would I be dropping a trailer at a customer? So yeah, they told me just drop it there, grab it empty from there. Problem is, I get there. There were 3 JCT trailers there. I think it was 3 or maybe 4. I don't recall, but it was 3 or 4 that were there, and they were all loaded. They all had seals on them. So I don't see this helping me out. And on top of that, with the confusion, am I delivering here or am I dropping the load and just washing my hands of it? Yeah, it turned out it was the latter, but I didn't know that until it took a little bit. All right, 55 zone here. So anyway, yeah, I had to drop the load there, and now the only other trailers there were all loaded. And I had to ask U.S. Cold Storage just for kind of a heads up or info, so they knew what to do with me, or my dispatcher and planner knew what to do. Asked them, well, hey, do you guys know anything about these particular trailers or loads, whatever? They go, yeah, 2 of those 3 are coming to us, but we just haven't unloaded them yet. And then the other one was just some other load that somebody else dropped that wasn't even going to them. So, oh, wonderful. So, yeah, I tell them, all right, we got this trailer, that trailer, that trailer, that trailer, whatever, and they're all loading. So they send me back, well, what about trailer such and such? And I go, oh, and they said, no, these 4 trailers should be there. And I go, well, 3 of those 4 are there, but the other one is not here, and there's a different one here that is here that's loaded. So evidently the driver who dropped that loaded that they didn't have accounted for must have dropped it and grabbed the empty that they thought was there. He ended up having to get I ended up finding out there was one of our trailers sitting at the utility yard, or there's another person walking along the shoulder here. And he's in the median. Gibson Boulevard. You'll let him know. That black sweats and black tank top. Hispanic male. I think he was wearing, was it black sweats or something like that, and then a black tank top. Yes, maybe 20s or 30s. Not really sure. Not really sure because I'm driving by in the number 3 lane, and I'm thinking, wow, yes, maybe about 5'8", 5'10". Then black Scott. Scott. Zane. Z-A-N-E. Okay. Oh, no, I'm just, I'm from California. Normally they want, like CHP wants us to let them know and that kind of stuff. Because now I've almost hit a pedestrian in the roadway before. That's a serious traffic hazard. So, he's in the southbound median, and he's walking northbound from Gibson. I mean, the road. Wow. That's all I can say is wow. Sure had that attitude, had the attitude like, so what if he's walking on the, what part of it's illegal for pedestrians to be on the interstate, did you not understand? Like, yeah, and I had one, how did that, I don't know how the camera got turned around, but okay, whatever. Yeah, I had one time when it was on the Walmart fleet. I had just left Colton and was on my way up I-215 from I-10. And all of a sudden I see this guy in the number 2 lane walking southbound in the number 2 lane. And he had his shirt off and he was like waving his arms around like he was challenging people to run him over. I was in the number 4 lane, and then there was a car that passed me in the number 3, basically in the lane right next to where the guy was at. I was like, what the hell? And then to make it worse, they had a traffic brake. CHP did a traffic brake on the southbound side. After I passed by this guy walking in the middle of the freeway, I see that CHP's on the wrong side of the freeway with the traffic brake, and I had to call 911. Hey, your CHP officer's got the traffic brake on the wrong side of the freeway. Yeah, I said there's this guy walking walking southbound in the northbound lanes, and your officer's got the traffic brake on the southbound side. There's a casino, there's a truck stop and a casino right off this exit. It's not much of a truck stop, but that is an option for me. If I were only going to do like a 10-hour break or something, or didn't need a shower, I'd probably head over there after I'm done with my delivery. But the fact that I'm going to be on a 34 and I want a shower, yeah, I'll be PCing all the way up to the Flying J in Albuquerque instead. It'll be where I can get my free shower. I could also go to the TA right there by, real close to where I-25 and I-40 meet up, but I'd have to pay for a shower there or buy fuel there to get the shower, which I'm not interested in doing. Too expensive. that 911 dispatcher, though. It's not like, well, man, I swear, seriously, I got a pedestrian walking in the median, in between the north and southbound lanes, and you're wondering why I'm reporting him. That's a traffic hazard, especially when he was wearing all black, and he's probably drunk or high or something, and because the way he was walking kind of looked like he might have been under the influence of something. A friend of mine, his nephew actually got killed in exactly that kind of situation. His nephew was wasted. That was in Barstow. I was walking across the scene there in Barstow, basically trying to take a place from somebody. That he was in, had no idea he was there or wasn't paying attention or whatever it was, and hit and killed him. I've seen a lot of vehicle versus pedestrian accidents in California, and there's a damn good reason why they have prohibitions against pedestrians being on the interstate for that exact reason. You know, not to mention, like I was saying, that guy when I was in the Walmart fleet, walking in the number 2 lane out of 4 or 5 lanes, and you know, and actually challenging people to hit them. Attention to everything going on there. I mean, I was looking in my mirrors and, you know, busy actively looking at stuff. I didn't see this guy until he was within 100 feet of me. It's like, had he been in my lane, I don't think I'm not convinced that I would have been able to avoid running him over. And that was even without me having any kind of distractions like phones or whatever else. I'm actually looking at the road, looking at traffic on the other side, looking at my mirrors at traffic or whatever else. Just constantly scanning, and all of a sudden, oh shit, where'd this guy come from? It happens really fast. Could be wrong, but now I know it's this area right here because I can see the warehouses right there. right there. I have not seen their signs yet, but yeah, it is Walmart right there. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's the right exit. What is this? It's got a dog. What the hell's that dog doing? Get out of here. Can I make you back? It's the next one. Double check. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's. I want to say it's this road right here. Yeah, because I thought it was like the residential development thing going on across the street. Los Moros Road. Road. No parking on roadway. Whatever. I'll do what I want. And you got all these trucks parked right here in the center turn lane, which, yeah, I see that all the time when I'm here. Not gonna lie, I'll do it myself as well if I'm only gonna be here for a short time. Make sure my thing is recording, and it's not. Oh, for God's sake, come on. Get all screwed up. Now it's recording. Just trying to save the. You've been to this one, huh? Okay. Dora, Kent, I'm at 1.3. I guess you're saying you did it. I'll hook up to public Wi-Fi. That's security risk for me. Yeah, my Wi-Fi button was turned on. I don't even know why. Got past 2. Okay. Good. 3 at 12:04, we'll say. 7290, I think was. I'm gonna have to look at the bills. I'm pretty sure it's 7290 is my trailer number. Yep. I'll be darned. It says right here, Los Moros Road. Los Moros. My bad. My wife there will chastise me if I don't say Spanish words the right way. Alright, next guy in line's getting ready to pull up. I need to write down my confirmation number just in case, because someone made a delivery at one of the Walmart DCs recently and said that the guard shack actually wanted their CF number. Like, interesting. That's... And then they say that, yeah, all the Walmarts are doing it now. Like, nope, I just delivered to a Walmart DC not long ago, and, which one was it? Which one did I just go to? Oh, Riverside. To every so often in the Walmart fleet as well, you know. And I have my CF number ready just in case, and like, no, I didn't care about that. All I cared about was the BOL and the PO numbers on it, and pull up my info, and that's it. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Alright. Just in case, though. I will write it down. I need to change the glad hand seals on the red connection too. I can hear the air going through my red brake valve, and I know it's because I have I know there's air leaking out the red glad hand. Because every time I get out of the truck, I can hear it, and I can tap on the red glad hand hose, and then it'll stop leaking. Down to 325 left on my 70, and I was like, the best I can do, I can roll into the recaps, and no matter what, like I was saying earlier, the soonest I can get into either Cactus or Amarillo, which is where we usually deadhead to after we do deliveries anywhere remotely close to Albuquerque. I can't get there until the 24th, no matter what. So, yeah, I decided, you know, with or without a 34, the best case scenario is the 24th. So why don't I just do a 34 and have a fresher clock to work with and have better choice of loads that I can work with. So I was saying earlier, yeah, some of you guys already heard this earlier, but I say there's always some different people on here. I first got offered a load going from JBS in Cactus, Texas to somewhere in upstate New York. I don't know if that means Syracuse or Kirkwood or somewhere else up that way. So I have done a delivery from JBS in Hiram, Utah, over to Syracuse. And then they had a follow-on to Portland, Maine. So yeah, I wouldn't have minded doing that load, but I don't have hours. It's like I can't get to the shipper on time, and I probably have no chance in hell of getting it to the first, either of the drops on time either. So, and that'll let her know I don't have that. The best case scenario is I'd be at the shipper sometime on the 24th, and it's the best I can do. And then it's like, all right, with the not so great recaps. So I get, well, man, I guess they're okay the next 2 days. I get 11:39 back tomorrow night. They're like, well, we just got the recap, the 303 back an hour ago. Then get 11:39 back, and then 7:55. And, yeah, I can work with that. Normally, it's probably not going to. Yeah, reasonable kind of miles I can run on those. But then I get 5:54 back after that. That's, yeah. You know, especially when you get to a point where you have to sit around like 14, 15 hours instead of a 10-hour break, and then have to wait on the recaps to come in just so you can even move. Not always the biggest fan of that. I like it sometimes because, you know, it kind of forces you, forces you to run at night, which I like. Just as long as I don't get too sleepy, and even if I do, so what? I can take me a nap in the middle of my shift. Not while I'm driving it, but I can stop somewhere, take a couple hour nap, run the rest of my shift out, take a 10-hour break. The guy in front of me is getting ready to get back in his truck. Alright, yeah, and then sit around, wait for my recaps the next night, or roll into them, whatever the case might be, and then just kind of continue that. And I usually don't have to run it, too stressful a pace. I like running 600 plus miles, 650 plus, whatever, even 700, but I'd rather do it at my rate. I can do it fast, but I want to do it when I feel like doing it like that, and not because I have to. And I feel like doing it that way a lot, but it just, like I say, Charles, you know what I'm talking about there. It's a whole different animal when you're under a load to where you're under stress to get it delivered on time versus when you have plenty of time to work with. Alright, got door 339. Go to yard move status. Up dock. Still talking to the guard check guy. Pretty standard Walmart setup, the way it's arranged. This is how you get over to the where the L is shaped, whatever. It's usually L-shaped buildings at Walmart DCs. Usually the first side you come to is the dry side, and or basically the left side of the L when you're looking at it will be dry side, and the right side will be refrigerated side. Which is the same case here. Powwow. Okay, yeah, this side right here to my left will be the dry side. And 339 will be down about halfway or so down the other half. Standard process here, dolly down, back in, chalk your tires, connect, pull forward, and all that crap. Alright, 339 should be down in the area where this other guy in front of me is at. This is 324 here, yeah. Should be in the same section. Check where it's at. this. My door is right in front of where he's at, just enough where I don't need to worry about asking him to move. Well, he's doing paperwork shit or something. I don't know what, but. So I'm not going to get held up from getting at my door and checking in by somebody who's lollygagging. I can get into my door anyway. After him, I might want to do a straight back. Yeah, he's backing up now, but I didn't get him to. I keep hitting the wrong button or something. I don't know. Okay. Let me go get myself checked in. And shall return. Gonna end up being a wrap here. So, to give my bills back, and then we start a 34-hour reset. So we'll be doing I'll probably PC from here up to Albuquerque after that. That'll probably be a few hours from now, though. So, you got Wi-Fi connection while driving? No. But now when I got to the lot here, Walmart, they have their own Wi-Fi. I don't even remember the last time I did that, though. I don't really use Wi-Fi because one, usually it's too slow, and then because you get what are called drivers. Now, someone because everybody on a Wi-Fi network is going to have a certain type of IP address, like 192.168.1. whatever, or 192, something along that line. And if they know what their own MAC address is, or not MAC, but IP address is on the network, you can scan around for other devices on that same network and that net block. That's what it's called, a net block there, and there are only 255 possible combinations. So, because you got the modem itself, or the router itself, is the number one, or IP addresses, and if they connect, and if you have anything that's publicly available that you're not aware of, guess what? You just gave them access to it. So, I don't do Wi-Fi networks just for that reason. Never know. Not to mention, even if you do have everything private, hackers can still know. Someone who knows what they're doing, you never know. Not like it's likely to happen, but it could. It's funny because I'm not super worried about privacy kind of stuff. Prime Floral trying to back in over that way. Probably not the greatest setup, but alright. Is England doing dedicated from this DC? No, I think it was everything going out of that particular facility is Sam's Club loads, and they pretty much do all the Sam's Clubs in the entire western part of the U.S. And then you have the Walmart DC and Riverside, the same one that I just delivered to the other day. And that one only does Walmart and Walmart Neighborhood Market kind of stores in Southern California. Southern and Central. I think they go up to, I know they do Hanford, Selma. I went up to Fresno once. I don't remember if it was with a Walmart load or a Sam's Club load, though. It could have been Sam's Club. I don't remember, but it's somewhere up in that ballpark. And anything south of Fresno, basically, the Colton fleet handles out of the Riverside DC. And then they also have a dry facility that they work out of in Fontana. Just basically not too far away from the NASCAR track over there. It's actually in between Valley and San Bernardino Avenue, which is the first and second major streets north of I-10 over there. That one, like I said, it's dry facilities. The only times I've only been to that one a couple times, and the ones both times when I picked up loads there, they went down to the Walmart stores down in like Brawley and El Centro and Calexico, that area down there. With I think it's called the Imperial Valley. That's about it. And then of course we would do integrated routes with the Casa Grande guys sometimes. So because I do Sam's Club loads all the way out to Las Cruces, and they used to do El Paso, but then they stopped doing it before I got there, and then after I left, I was told that they went back to doing El Paso. And then usually when they do the Las Cruces or whatever loads down that direction, they would usually deadhead us back to Las Cruces. Walmart stores up in the Las Vegas area, and then we would deadhead from there back to Colton or to Riverside to drop her in, whichever. Usually, they kind of mix it up between where they want. DC has how many empties available. So, like sometimes, like the Colton DC would be full of empties, so they tell us take them all to Riverside instead. Sometimes it'd be the other way where we might have picked up in Riverside, but they want us to drop in Colton, or other times they would say 50-50, whatever, just kind of drop whichever place you feel like dropping at before you bobtail back to the terminal. Yeah, that was a fun. It was a good fleet. I mean, it was I was a trainer, so it's the pay was a little bit different for me than for everybody else in the fleet. Most of the time, depending on you only really got paid trainer pay though. Yeah, if the load was more than I want to say 600 miles, which most of mine were because I usually went up to Salt Lake City area. Shorter routes actually paid a higher per mile rate, so my effective pay per mile was actually higher than what I got as a trainer. So as a trainer on the OTR side, I would usually get 32 cents a mile. But then when I went to the dedicated fleet, there was a set rate of 31. It didn't matter how much experience you had. So I want to say the highest they paid trainers was 34 or something like that, based on and of course depending on how much experience you had. And what else? But the shorter routes, it didn't matter if you were a team truck or a solo truck. They paid a specific amount for the load if it was in a certain block of miles. And it was actually higher, so like my effective mind you, paid the miles for both myself and my training. Didn't matter who was driving. So Charles, I know you know how that works with them because you drive for them, but for other people, I'm not really sure how the pay process works. Yeah, when you run a team truck, there are two different ways they do the pay, or they advertise the pay. One, it might be like a lower rate, but you might, if it's a lower rate, it sounds like a lower rate, it's probably because they're paying you all the truck miles. Yeah, so all your miles plus all your co-driver or your trainee or whoever it is miles, you get paid. Versus other companies advertise a higher rate, they'll only pay you for your half of the miles. So if the truck runs 5,000 miles and you guys both do 2,500 miles each, you might get paid like, it might show you get paid like, I don't know, we'll just say 34 cents a mile, something along that line. Or no, it's actually higher. We'll say like 60 cents a mile. But in reality, you're only getting 60 cents a mile for the 2,500 miles that you specifically drove. You don't get paid for the miles that the trainee or the coach, whatever it is, drove. When you have lower, it's basically all the truck miles. That if you're newer to the industry and you're dealing with team truck pay questions, there's no one-size-fits-all answer to that. As I say, you might, this company only pays like 20 cents a mile, which it sucks. But I mean, at 20 cents a mile, you're probably getting paid all the truck miles. Versus, this is like something I commonly saw even within England between the solo and the team trucks. Solo drivers would get paid. Brand new drivers would be 25 cents a mile. I think someone with Charles's experience would get paid a lot more. And Charles has been around for a time. He's not 30 cents a mile. Get more. just starting out. Also, mind you, my focus, a lot of my videos is on the inexperienced or future drivers. So that's why I like to talk about a lot of this stuff. Give people a little bit of insight when they're new to the industry. But yeah, so you might get, what did I say, 20, I'm going off of what kind of pay it was when I started. When I first started, it was 25 cents a mile for solo trucks, and then 16 cents a mile for team lead drivers. And it's like, well, I would want to be a solo driver just because it sounds like you're getting paid more per mile. But in reality, no. You get paid more as a team truck. Because solo truck, you might run, let's just say you run 3,000 miles in a week. At 25 cents a mile, that's a $750 check, which sucks. I mean, that's low pay for trucking. But that's, hey, when you're starting out and they paid, and they paid over $7,000 for your CDL school for you to go to for free, hey, there's got to be some kind of kickback on that. You got to understand that. Pretty much all the companies are going to pay rookie drivers crap until you get some experience and you're no longer as much of an insurance liability too. But 16 cents a mile. The truck might run 6,000 miles because I would run 3,000 and then the other driver would run 3,000. In reality, it'd be a little bit less than that, but we'll just say all things equal, 6,000 miles on 16 cents a mile. Or really, it'd be, it's equivalent of running 32 cents a mile with only your half. So 32 times 3, that's, what's that? $960 on a 6,000 mile. 6,000 miles is basically at 16 cents a mile, so you get paid more as a team. It's just the way it is. They usually try to even it out. So if you're new and you're trying to get into the industry, just keep in mind that's what you're going to deal with pay, and also it doesn't matter what carrier you go with. Plan on getting varied results with the training experience. It doesn't matter if you're with Swift, Sierra England, probably, I don't know about Prime. I usually hear people talk really good about Prime's training program. But I'm sure you're going to probably get bad experiences from people there too. Where you get trainers who don't want to do their job, or maybe they're bullshit trainers where they have experience, but all they know is bullshit, and they teach you bullshit. You can get that. You can get really good experienced trainers who actually will do their job and effectively train you at any carrier, and you can get drivers with a lot or even a little experience who will train you like shit. You got to advocate for yourself though, and know what make sure you're getting trained on what you really are supposed to be getting trained on, and if you aren't, make sure you let your training people know about it. Because I know with England, personally, because like I said, I used to be a trainer for them. They take it seriously. The problem is it's hard for them to figure out who the bullshit trainers are and who the trainers are who really are doing their job sometimes. And a lot of times trainees don't know that they can give the training department feedback on what their training experience was like, give feedback on what the trainer was like. What did you like and not like about them, and so they can get some kind of inputs on making the training process better. But they don't do a good enough job, I think, of explaining that to drivers, because a lot of times when I had trainees on my truck, on day one, I would explain to them, this is the process. Before we even move the wheels, I would explain to them the process and let them know, hey, if you have any training concerns, obviously I can address a lot of your questions, but if you have any other concerns, like you have a concern about me as your trainer, or you have general training related questions that I can't answer, this is the number you want to call for the training coordinator. The training coordinator for my fleet is this specific person, and that way, hey, and if you need to have that discussion in confidence, outside of my presence, then go for it. I let them know up front. And most of the time when I tell them, I ask them if they knew anything about this is how to contact the training department. Most of the time they got on my truck and had no idea. So most of the time they got on my truck and had no idea, then just imagine how they are on a truck with a bad trainer who doesn't know any better, or doesn't want to tell them that kind of stuff, or doesn't care, or whatever, doesn't think to tell them, and then the trainee has no idea that they have ways that they can advocate for themselves and get protected. So all stuff you want to watch out for if you're just getting started in the industry. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and go offline here. I said it's who knows how long it'll take, probably a few hours. It's pretty common for Walmart. This is not going to be a fax and pull load, which means like they just pull the load and fax the signed bills to the carrier, and give you signed bills and say OS&D pending, but they let you go along your merry way. Now, this is a different, where they're actually going to inventory and quality check and everything, the product. Yeah, you'd be surprised. Walmart actually does quality check their product. Like I had a load of oranges, or actually 2 pallets or whatever it was, of oranges out of an assorted produce load, get rejected by Walmart because it was not high. It was excessively decayed. Like, how the hell do they know if it had excessive decay on them? Like, I didn't do anything there, did I? So no, it's not your fault. It's they got sent by Colton in that condition, and it's not your fault. But we can't take it because it didn't meet our quality standard. Like, Walmart? Have oranges going to Walmart, home of all cheap kind of stuff, and they actually have quality standards. Interesting. Who knew? I ended up, I hated that load. Because I had that one delivered to Clarksville, Arkansas, and I was driving solo at the time, and I had a reload that same day at the Tyson plant in Pottsville, which was only not even 40 miles away to the east of Clarksville. It was something so Clarksville, somewhere around the 50-ish mile marker there on I-40 in Arkansas. And then Tyson and Pottsville, you get off where the Pilot and Flying J truck stops in Russellville are at. What's that highway? I don't remember that highway number. It's not 64, is it? But yeah, right, and that's like 84, 86 or somewhere, whatever that mile marker is. So it's not even 40-mile drive. And it was to the east. Well, these OS&Ds with the refusals, they always seem to work this way. And it got to where it was like clockwork. So I guess here's a little more storytelling before I go offline. They told me, they ended up telling me I had to take the load over to Oklahoma City to some wholesale vendor over there. Oh my God, this was an experience. And they gave me the instructions on my Qualcomm, take the load to such and such customer at such and such address with such and such phone number. And I go looking on Google Maps to look up this address to see what exactly I'm doing and how to get to the place, how the lot is laid out and all that. And there was some address like, it doesn't look like there's anything there. What the hell is this? And it was like right across the street from some residential area. I'm like, that doesn't seem right. It just seemed like a little fishy. So then I tried calling the number, and when I called the number, Change my status here. Turns out it was disconnected. I had no way to get a hold of the shipper to this receiver. It's like, great. Well, I mean, I was getting that this number is no longer in service, I think, message or something, if I remember right. And so now I'm like, great, what do I do? Are they sending me to some business that's not even in business anymore or something? So I start Googling for the name of this company, and I found some other, a company with the same name, but in a completely different location in town, and with a completely different phone number. So I'm like, why not? I'll give them a call. And just out of curiosity, maybe they know something about this other place or something. And I call them up, and yeah, it's the same company. And I was sent to such and such address. Can you tell me anything about that? Because I told you what I saw in the 8 years ago. 8 years ago. And so this building that they're sending me to was destroyed 8 years ago, and they're sending me this there now. Yeah, interesting. So then, so I said, yeah, our actual address is I think the one that you found on Google Maps or whatever, which is a completely different location. And so then, oh my, so I head over in that direction, but then of course that's going west 230 miles or whatever, and like I can't go all the way over there and deliver and then go all the way back to Pottsville to pick up my load on time. I can't. I have to do a 10-hour break before I can get back to Pottsville if I go that way. So that was another mess. 250 or so, 230, 250, whatever it was, to get over to Oklahoma City and the same distance back. And then on top of that, the miles to get past where I was at over to Pottsville, and like, nah, that's not happening. And then I get over the Oklahoma City area. Actually, on my way over there and I think they told me before I even left Clarksville, oh yeah, we close at 6 o'clock. Oh, okay, well, yeah, I can't get there by then. I'm going to be there a little bit later. Okay, well, just go ahead and wait at a truck stop and then come on in at 6 in the morning or whatever. I think I closed at 5 or something like that, and I think my ETA was 6. Something along that line. And I ended up having to stop at the Loves over in what's that, Choctaw? Yeah, the one over there just east of Oklahoma City, Choctaw, whatever it's called. And hang out there for the night, and then run first thing in the morning over to to this customer to get rid of these pallets, and then get deadheading right away back over toward Pottsville. And yeah, I finally get over to Pottsville, and the lady over there at the shipping office like, you were supposed to pick this up last night at midnight. I'm like, yeah, nobody told you that I had an OS&D that prevented just like kind of like, well, how did I get instructions to go to some place that doesn't even exist anymore? Now that with the OS&Ds, it's not the carrier's fault usually. It's because they're just a liaison between the shipper and the receiver. So the OS&D department of the carrier will get with the shipper and say, hey, our receiver is rejecting this product, whatever, for this reason, this many pallets and all this crap, and usually gets sent out by email or something, and then they have to get a response back from the shipper, saying, and they have to kind of communicate with the receiver on whether the receiver has to or can refuse the load. It has to take it or refuse it. And if they can refuse it, shipper has to come up with an alternate vendor to send the product to. That's not the carrier's problem, that's the shipper's problem. So the shipper basically sent Sierra England, because that's who I was with at the time, for the information on who to send the product to, and so they basically gave Sierra England bad information to give to me. Any other driver would probably think, no, that's Sierra England's fault. They screwed up, because everybody hates Sierra England, and all they want to do is have whatever bullshit reason to hate on them even more. Same with Swift. Everyone likes to hate on Swift just because they always have accidents. But yeah, go ahead and check the stats. JB Hunt has more trucks than Swift now, and JB Hunt has more accidents than Swift now. So that's one of like, why do we keep blaming Swift on that? That's kind of a segue, but it's just one of those things. Everybody hates on a company just because everybody makes fun of them for this or that reason, or they have a certain reputation, and it's just a stupid stereotype. It's just like racism. Everyone, like certain white people think that all black people are this negative type of stereotype just because that any they have the same thoughts about white people, and like, so they think we're all bad people, or when we're not, and it's just certain people in every group think that it's all a quote unquote black and white issue, and it's not. There's all kinds of gray matter in the middle. So yeah, that's all I was getting at is trucking has its stereotypes too. I say you'll hear all about Swift, and they're just so actually your fleet involved in accidents in the 2-year period. If you look at the FMCSA safer data, you can look up any carrier out there. You can look them up by name, you can look them up by US dot number, you can look them up by the old MC number or whatever else. When I first started driving, like I said, they had over 26,000 trucks. They were, at that point in time, as big as JB Hunt and Schneider combined. At that time, JB Hunt and Schneider both had about 13,000 people. Alright, Tony, thank you for subscribing. Yeah, Tony Hal. So, yeah, they were massive. And if you just imagine 26,000 trucks and about, I'll just say 10%. They were actually lower than that at the time. They were more like an 8.5 or so, if I remember right. But we'll just say 10 for a roundabout number to make it easy to work with. 26,000 trucks, and 2,600 of your trucks are going to be involved in accidents in a 2-year period, or 1,300 trucks per year, or you can say about 4 times per day, because 365 days, that's 730, so yeah, 3, almost 4 accidents per day on average with that kind of a fleet size. Versus, like with us, we're JCT, we have 800 trucks or so. So at 10% rate, that's about 80 trucks in a span of 2 years, or 40 of them per year, or about, what's that? That's not even 1 per week. So that's a massive difference, just in terms of raw. In reality, to say this, Swift actually than we have. We have accidents. You hardly ever hear about us being involved in accidents. They happen, and Swift actually has a fairly decent accident record. It's not great, but it's not shitty. They're more middle of the pack, I would say. And because back then they were, like I said, about low to mid 8% of their fleet. And then most of the big carriers that were at least what you would call reputable were all somewhere in the 7s and 8s, maybe 9s even. So they were right in the right there in among all of the reputable companies, but they're the best crash people because they're just massive. Yeah, but now when they merged with Knight, their fleet size dropped. It went from 26 down to I know at one point it dropped to 18,000, and then it eventually worked its way down to it's just below 16,000 now. Meanwhile, JB Hunt grew from 13,000 to over 18,000, and their raw numbers, total number of accidents they've had, is more than Swift. So yeah, figure that one out. But everyone still prefers to make fun of Swift. Alright, so that's it's enough ramble, I guess, there about that kind of stuff. Just don't put too much stock in what a company's reputation is among driving population, because you can have drivers who have great experiences with the company, and you can have drivers who have shitty experiences with the same company. In fact, I actually know quite a good number of people, people, I don't know names and stuff, but I've heard of a lot of people say they had experience with Swift and say they're actually a good company. Just shit, 20 years. They got their share of drivers with a lot of experience, and no accidents at all. So, and I've seen that firsthand too with that shitty stereotype when I was a trainer with them, or even when I wasn't a trainer, just driving myself. Good example. They're one of the two pilots over there in Memphis on Highway 78. You know, when you're going down from downtown Memphis down toward down I-22. There are two pilot truck stops right across the street from each other. I was at the smaller of the two, and I remember I set up to back into one of the spots there, and this is a tighter setup lane, and well, not tight spots, I guess, but a tight setup lane. And I remember, like, it was just routine thing to me. I knew what I was doing. I knew how to get into the spot. Just waltz right in there. And then later on, some guy comes up and starts trying to sell me shit. And then he starts telling me about how, yeah, he was inside, he was talking to some other drivers, and I guess they were watching me just because I was a Sierra England driver, and they were making bets on what kind of difficulty I'd have getting into the spot just because my truck said Sierra England on it. And so yeah, they thought you wouldn't be able to get into the spot that easily, and and then you just waltz right in like it was nothing. Like, you know, that's what you get for making dumb assumptions, right? You know, judge the driver, not what's on their truck. I mean, it's just stupid. You can tell who the experienced guys are and who the inexperienced guys are pretty well, regardless of what. There are plenty of people out here with, these little mom and pop kind of operations where people who are just running their own truck. You're driving back like shit too. They got no room to talk. I've got plenty of evidence of that. In fact, one of my videos here that I posted a couple of years ago, I think it was somewhere around a couple of years ago, I was at the Loves in Ellensburg, Washington, and I had not one, but two truckers there with their little one truck operation type of looking equipment, who both of them made it pretty obvious they had no really good idea how to back. They both sucked. One of them was the guy who was nosed into the spot right next to the one I was in, and he was backing out, and then he had to maneuver around to get out of there. And just watching the guy, I'm like, this guy has no clue, does he? And he's driving solo. And then there was another guy trying to back into a spot. I think the spot next to me on my blind side, on my right, whatever. And I could tell that he didn't have the best idea how to back either. And these guys were, like I said, one or two looking, little small, small mom pop type of operation. So yeah, you guys talk all this shit, but then you guys represent these guys like you're supposed to have experience having your own truck, but then you back like that. So come on, I've got some of my trainees with 1 month of experience back better than you guys. So yeah, I don't get all involved in that hating on one company or another. Let's say there's some companies that are horrible for one driver and awesome for another. So just make your own decisions. All right, Tony. Hey Scott, can you be my trainer? Virtual hug. Your XP seems quite good and enough. Experience. Oh yeah, experience. Now, mind you, I didn't have that much experience as a Sierra England driver, but now here's where I always say, because there's a certain ideology as far as what kind of experience a trainer in the trucking industry should have, and then there's the reality. All right, so, and I've talked about this before, but they say, you got your ears anyway, and whoever else might be interested in hearing who might not have heard before. All right, so like I say, you can have an inexperienced driver who was trained extremely well, and maybe even is smart and all that, and actually really gives a shit about the quality of the training that they give to the trainees that they have. Now, and this is where I fit in. I was one of those 6-month trainers. Yeah, I had 6 months of experience when I became a trainer, and then I spent the next 1.5 years with that company as a trainer up until the day I left and came to JCT. But mind you, my trainer had almost 20 years of experience. He really knew what he was talking about. He actually put effort into teaching me. I came already with a lot of knowledge too. Like I knew the interstate network, how the interstate network worked. I wasn't familiar with it. I mean, as far as geographically which interstates go where, I just know how the numbering format of it and all that kind of stuff worked because my dad taught me years back. But between that and then bringing my certain relatable experiences from aircraft maintenance, that helped. Then, my trainer taught me the backing setups, how to get in the most effective way. He gave me fundamentals, I'd say. There was stuff I learned on my own even after I got off of his truck, but he gave me the fundamentals to work with. And then I just kind of applied the rest on my own. So, yeah, you can get a trainer like that, and I'm not the only one who had that kind of experience. There are plenty of us out here who might have been those 6-month trainers, but were trained great and actually put the effort in. And then you got the 6-month trainers who were only doing it for the money and were trained like shit on top of it. And then, or they could have experience or actually have good training or bad training and not give a crap about what kind of quality training they're given to the trainees. All they care about is move the truck, make miles. That's it. Miles means money, and money is all they really care about. But you also get experienced drivers with 20, even 30 years of experience who could be the same way. You could have an experienced guy who was trained in bullshit the entire time, and they've somehow managed to be very effective at their bullshit and safe at it for so many years. But knowing bullshit and teaching bullshit are two different things. And and there's a reason why I would always train people a certain way. I'm not saying that their way is wrong, but there are pros and cons to everything. And I would try to make my trainees aware of that. But there's a good example here. Defining moment was somebody who drives for us. I've only talked to the guy one time on a conference call with another one of our drivers. But this was a guy who'd been with us, who actually had, I don't know how much how long he's been with us, but I think he's had like 25, 30 years of driving experience. And the one conversation I had with this guy, he made it pretty obvious to me that he's a pathological bullshitter. And also, he had one little thing like where he said he was too fat to get underneath the trailer to do a visual inspection of his fifth wheel latch. And it got me thinking, would I want someone like that being my trainer? You know, if you can't bother to get underneath the trailer and look and train someone to properly check to make sure that they're latched to their trailer, or probably can't even bother to climb into your trailer to inspect it when you're, you know, to see if it needs to be washed out or just swept out or whatever, or something along that line, or crawl underneath to actually do a pre-trip. That's not somebody who needs to be a trainer. It's somebody who can do their job effectively and has many years of experience doing it, but not somebody you want to be your trainer. You want to be taught to do things the right way first, and then you can develop your own bad habits after you figure out what you really shouldn't be doing. Same way when I was in aircraft maintenance, they would always want us to teach by the book. This is what the tech data says to do. Always teach the trainee, the person you're training to do it this specific way. But then once they were trained on how to do it the right way, when they were getting scrutinized by a quality assurance guy or something, then, you know, so they can know how to do it the right way if needed. In reality, when we do the work, a lot of times we kind of do it our own way. And, you know, as long as all the steps got done and it wasn't a mandatory step-by-step process kind of task, that we can do it that way. But you know, there are people out there, even in that industry, where they just train the wrong way and not train the person how to do it the correct way, and set them up for failure. You know, get inspected by a QA type doing the job, and hey, you're doing it wrong, so you just failed your eval. And those go against you in that industry. They're really big on that. All right. So I guess, long story short there, don't worry too much about what kind of experience a trainer has. And also, the other concern with that, okay, yeah, I do prescribe to the ideology as well, that the more experience a trainer has and the more knowledge a trainer has, the better off they're going to be. But that's not reality. How many drivers here with 5+ experience to be trainers? Yeah, all right. So if you got, like, say, Sierra England, a large amount of their trainers are people with 6 to 12 months of experience, and so they don't have much experience. Why do they have so many trainers with that little experience? Because they can't find drivers with experience who are willing to do the work. The pay is good. The pay is decent. I mean, now some of the experienced drivers say, that pay sucks. It's not high enough, whatever. No, you get paid pretty good amount. I got paid more as a trainer with Sierra England than I get paid here. So you can make good money in England with their driver their network bonus pay and all that, and the miles that you drive. Yeah, I would regularly get like $1,700, $1,800, $1,900 paychecks every single week, and then when I would get my monthly network bonus pay, which that's another thing that it was typically an extra like $600, $700, $800 on top of what I was making that week as well. So I mean, I made I think $77,000 as a 1-year experienced driver. Or not even 1-year experienced driver at Sierra England. There's money to be made there, you know. And I left an $85,000 a year job to do that. Yeah, you can make money with Sierra England, but the quality, it's obviously, if you try, it's not that there's no money. It's that people with that kind of experience don't have the patience to deal with, you know, trying to train trainees who either don't give a shit about anything but just have that CDL in their hand, or they have bad habits, bad hygiene, or the slobs, or different kind of living style, or attitude issues, or all kinds of number of things that make for a hostile training environment. And then if you want a good training environment, you got to create the environment that's good, but then the trainee has to help. Because I had more than my fair share of trainees who once they had a week in my truck, I knew that they're not going to last. And once I know that there's no chance, either drop them off, get them off my truck because they're not going to make it, or put right for this industry. Not a single one of them lasted. And then the ones who I think most all of the ones who I actually thought would do well are doing well. I think one or two of them are still with Sierra England to this day. So, alright. So that's enough on that ramble kind of stuff. Just like I say, this is reality, not ideology. This is not utopia. To accept what you get. You can get a different training experience from every single person out here. Everybody has their own little bits of knowledge or experience, their nuggets of knowledge they can give you, or whatever that can help. Alright, hello Tony, welcome to the club. Swift is okay, it's the drivers that make them look bad. Yes, very much so. Alright, I guess, I don't know, one more little story on that whole, since I was on the subject anyway, about stereotyping drivers just because the company they drive for. I had, when I was in the Walmart fleet, had a female trainee. We were on our way back to California from the Salt Lake City region, and I regularly like to stop on the way back at the Loves in North Las Vegas. And for one, we could take a break there. Two, I can always get my trainee some backing practices there on the way back regularly. And this particular time I had I know it was a female trainee. I had her backing into one of the spots that's basically backs up right against the Catskill, which is right by the fuel island. And I'm out front across the lane watching everything. Where I was always outside my truck watching. Never one time did any trainee of mine ever have any kind of an accident, and never several times where I had to stop them before they did. This case, she was working her way into the spot. The trailer was already going into the spot. She was just, I think a little bit too heavy toward the guy on the truck on the side, which was a True Value or Ace Hardware kind of truck, if I remember right. But she's getting in there. There's not even any threat at all of hitting the guy. But she was still, I think the tractor was off tracking where it was partially in front of this True Value whatever truck spot. Meanwhile, I'm out across the lane and I hear some guy, kind of trying to get my attention. I don't, some kind of noise he made, whatever, that kind of thing. I looked over there briefly to my right and I see him from, basically down the lane that my trainee's trying to back into, from all the way on the other end back toward where our truck is at. And it's like I looked and he didn't say anything. I just kind of ignored him and went back to watching my trainee. And then he does it again, and I look over there again, and I see he's looking at me, so I'm like, what? He doesn't say anything. And I'm like, okay. So I go back to watching my trainee. And then the next thing I know, he's the driver of this True Value truck, or Ace Hardware, or whatever it was. He's getting in, after he just got through getting his fast food shit there, and he could not get out of his spot fast enough just because he made this way overly dramatic. A lot more than it needed to be. And then what was worse is that my tractor was partially in his lane in front of his spot. Because the trailer wasn't anywhere near all the way into the spot. It was like maybe halfway in, and she was still maneuvering into the spot. And like, you were not big a damn out of there just because Sierra England was parking next to you, and it was not even remotely a threat of hitting you. How stupid can you be? That's the kind of morons we have in this industry. Like, and that was one of, it pisses me off when people act like that. It's that there are people that stupid who are allowed to be truck drivers and think that they're God's gift to truck driving themselves when they aren't. I say, go to my #1 video, that double blindside backing video I have here on my channel. It's my #1 video. It's easy to find. We'll go through the comment section on there. You'll find your fair share of drivers, people on there talking shit about just because it's Sierra England. So, it's just a truck with a certain logo on it. Don't worry about that. Who's in the driver's seat? What do they know how to do and all that? Alright, well anyway, that's I'm gonna wrap up here for real now. Do a 34, like I said. I'll be done with it around on the 24th. I think it was late morning Mountain Time, and I will be deadheading pretty much right away over to Amarillo to pick up my reload. I'll be going to California, so we'll be offline until then. I'll probably still work on posting recorded videos between now and then, so keep your eyes out for recorded stuff. But for live, I won't be on again until the 24th, late morning, early afternoon, Mountain Time. Okay, we'll see you guys then. Have a good night. Thanks.